talk too much. No hesitation. What are we waiting for? We talk too much. You know I talk too much. Honey, come put your lips on mine and shut me up. We can blame it all on human nature. Stay cool, it's just a kiss. So why you gotta be so talkative? I talk too much. We talk too much. Don't wanna live as an untold story. Rather go out in a blaze of glory. I can't hear you. I don't fear you. I'll live now 'cause the bad die last. Dodging bullets with your broken past. I can't hear you. I don't fear you now. Wrapped in your regret. What a waste of blood and sweat. Oh, I wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. I don't wanna take my time. Don't wanna waste one life. I wanna live better days. Never look back and say, could have been me. It could have been me. Yeah. Don't wanna live as an unsung melody. I'd rather listen to the silence telling me I can't hear you. I won't fear you. Don't wanna wake up on a Monday morning. The thought of work is getting my skin crawling. I can't fear you. I don't hear you now. Wrapped in your regret. What a waste of blood and sweat. Oh, I wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. I don't wanna take my time. Don't wanna waste one life. I wanna live better days. Never look back and say, could have been me. It could have been me. Yeah. Hey! Wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. Don't wanna take my time. No! Don't wanna waste one life. Hey! Wanna live better days. Just better. Look back and say, could have been me. Could have been me. Could have been me. Could have been me. I wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. I don't wanna take my time. I wanna waste one life. I wanna live better. Just better look back and say, could have been me. Could have been me. Could have been me. Could have been me. You know I gotta have it. Oh, so I rifled through the cabinet with a crooked moan. Kinda queasy on the red ones, so I took all of the blue ones. Feeling hotter than a glue gun. I said it's go, go, go. I hold hands with cosmic entities. I take this to ride if I please. I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah, I got this sweet tooth, baby. I exploit my opportunities. Some broken hearts, some cavities. I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah, I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah. I'm a savage in a basement. Oh, I'm fighting with the tchotchkes
Testas.
in a stranger's home.
Testas, testas. Testas, testas. Testas, testas. Testas, jo, reikia labai būt prisitraukus prie mikrofono, kad girdėtų žmonės.
Crazy, I never had an invite. Kick me out, I don't mind. Helicopter by the stop sign, pretending that it's a strobe light. Kick me out, I'm not phased. I'm on another plane. I hold
Testas,
hands with
testas.
cosmic entities.
Čia be juostelės. Čia su juostelė.
I got this sweet tooth, baby. Hey, I got this sweet tooth, baby. I explored my opportunities. Some broken hearts, some cavities. I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah, I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah. I can never find a refuge. Yeah, I'm always at a sweet tooth. Baby, I'm a little cool.
Yes, now it's working. So good morning, dear guests. Welcome to the international conference, Maritime, Offshore Energy and Port Logistics. So to officially open the conference, I am inviting the director of Vilnius Tech Lithuanian Maritime Academy, Doctor of Science, Justas Žaglinskis.
Welcome for everyone to the conference, Maritime, Offshore Energy and Port Logistics. For the third time in a row, Lithuanian Maritime Academy has succeeded to bringing you in one place, remotely and physically. For that reason, I'm so excited and trying to avoid to forget something, I will go smart and use my notes for some technical details. Thank you for helping to create a warm and valuable atmosphere here. As you see, the geography of conference remains stable and broad. We will have participants, speakers from France, Belgium, Poland, Bulgaria, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Israel, and even Philippines. I see that some participants still on the way, so they will join later. Before beginning of conference, I would like to provide some technical information. Today conference will be in hybrid way. That means some of presentations we will have from remotely speakers. Some, the bigger part comes from physical speakers. What about assistants? You can see our ladies, me as well, and some of the guys with uniforms and these cards around the neck. So please ask for the help if you need some help. We will help you. Coffee breaks for the guests and speakers. We will provide in 201. That means in opposite side from this hall. Lunch, you will be escorted by organizing team. As well, I would like to provide some information about open doors. Open doors starts 15 o'clock. But if you want to be guided by our team, after conference, you must be somewhere here around, and we will take you and we can escort you. Time, I understand that all presentations are important. The most important people are here today, and I wish the audience an engaging and enjoyable time. So conference has started, and I will invite my colleague Indra to present the first speaker here. And please have a nice time here today. And I will provide any information, any help for you if you are required. So thank you again, and Indra, scene is yours.
Thank you for the opening remarks, and let's start with the presentation. And I'm inviting the first speaker, Sebastian Savage from the Naval Group, and his presentation is titled MPOPOE, the new naval capability for critical seabed infrastructure protection.
Labadiena, ponios ir ponai. Malonu šiandien būti čia Klaipėdoje. Before I begin, I would like to thank the people at Vilnius Tech for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. My presentation, do you see the slides? Good. Can I control it with this? Yes. Thank you. My presentation is concerned with the protection of critical undersea infrastructure, and more specifically with how the multi-purpose offshore patrol vessel that we, Belgium Naval and Robotics, are currently proposing to the Lithuanian Navy can be of great help in this task that now befalls most navies in the world. So, where is? Doesn't seem to me. No. Okay, that's fine. No, it doesn't seem to be working either. Sorry for the technical hitch. Perfect. Thank you very much. Pardon me for the interruption. So I will first go over a critical undersea infrastructure itself and how its protection has become a hot topic. And then I will explain to you why our MPOPV, of which I hope it will soon be your MPOPV, can bring you an edge on its protection. So without further ado, let's get started. Critical undersea infrastructure, CUI in short. What are we talking about? Right now, besides a certain number of scientific monitoring devices, the bulk of this infrastructure is made up of undersea cables, undersea pipelines, and all sorts of connection to the land, obviously, and also mooring or anchoring systems for surface assets such as wind turbines, oil rigs, and the like. However, as you're well aware, there are many ongoing developments that are about to dramatically increase and diversify the uses of the seabed. The seabed offers space, it offers a certain level of discretion, it offers thermal energy, tidal, swell, current energy, cooling water in unlimited supply, all within reasonable distance from 60% of the population, which, as you know, lives on the shorelines. And therefore, in a very near future, this infrastructure will also include energy production and storage units, data storage units, probably even data production units, and that's only quoting a few of them. So with that out of the way, now that we've clarified what we mean as critical, as undersea infrastructure here, let's see how and why it is critical. And for that, to get a grasp of that, there's nothing like a few figures. For that matter, the world's network of undersea cables is a pretty telling example. 1.2 million kilometers, over 97% of all electronic traffic between continents, and over $10 trillion worth of daily transactions. That gives you the scale of what we're dealing with here. I could also have mentioned the world's network of undersea pipeline that sprawls over 272,000 kilometers and carries over 100 million barrels of oil equivalent each day. On top of that, bear in mind that this infrastructure obviously is tricky to lay. It's even trickier to fix or replace due to the sheer operating conditions. And the word critical takes on full relevance. Any damage to such infrastructure causes disruptions that ain't only major, but also lengthy and costly due to the repair times and efforts involved. The thing is, accidental damage to CUI is nothing new, and particularly to undersea cables. This slide lists but a few of the many noteworthy accidents that caused major disruptions to the internet traffic over the past 18 years. What should be retained of this is that accidents happen, they're nothing new, and they occur regularly. What is relatively new, on the other hand, is the intensification over the past few years of intentional damage to CUI. Not a month ago, Iran was threatening to damage the cables in the Red Sea. In not much less recent history, intentional damage to the CUI of the Baltic was documented to be part of the hybrid warfare waged by the Russian Ghost Fleet and its allies collaterally to the war in Ukraine. Just one of many noteworthy accidents, it took 5 months and 35 million euros to repair the Baltic Connector gas pipeline that was severed by a 6-ton anchor in October 2023. Which indeed brings the focus to the particular case of the Baltic Sea. Here, CUI is all the more exposed as the sea is relatively shallow, with an average depth of 60 meters, and yet sees a lot of maritime traffic, as 15% of the world's container shipping navigates the Baltic Sea. This represents over 4,000 ships daily and makes damage attempts even more inconspicuous. Bottom line, the Baltic Sea is a preferential target for malicious acts, both because they're relatively easier to perform than anywhere else, but also because the disruptions entailed are nonetheless significant. This turn of events raised both NATO and the European Union's awareness to the absolute necessity of protecting CUI. Right now, no fewer than 23 different institutions are concerned with CUI protection, which, if it makes effort production and effort coordination challenging, testifies to the criticality of the issue. In particular, NATO's Maritime Center for the Security of Critical Undersea Infrastructure, the NMSC-SCUI, reached initial operational capability in mid-24. Meanwhile, a three-pronged CUI protection doctrine emerged, spearheaded by NATO and some of its prominent maritime member states. And it includes 3 dimensions: deter, detect, and respond. We'll get back to this shortly. As an immediate initiative, NATO launched the Baltic Sentry operation early last year, an operation which is still ongoing, with participants including, but not limited to, all 8 Baltic NATO navies. In the longer term, and through its permanent structured cooperation, the European Union launched the Critical Seabed Infrastructure Protection Project, which gathers 8 member states coordinated by Italy, with a view to developing a system of systems made up of a mix of deployable and resident elements, coordinated and federated by a strong underwater cybersecurity network to address all 3 dimensions of the doctrine. The takeaway from all this is that in the face of a growing threat towards stability, things are moving, and are moving fast. But Lithuania is not to be left behind, and this is what the second part of this presentation is about. So in this context, where CUI protection is becoming a primary concern for most navies, Lithuania is seeking to optimize and modernize its navy through a project known as Multipurpose Offshore Patrol Vessels. A contender in this project, the Belgian Naval and Robotics Consortium, BNR in short, made up of the Belgian subsidiaries of Excel Robotics and Naval Group, is proposing a vessel derived from the mine warfare platforms currently being delivered to Belgium and the Netherlands, as is illustrated in the bottom two pictures of this slide. So, what is BNR's MPUPV? That's a lot of acronyms. Well, in a nutshell, this vessel, which is to address all the operational missions assigned to the Lithuanian Navy, offers the best of three worlds: the firepower of a corvette, the resilience and underwater discretion of a frigate, and the versatility of a multi-role platform. Let us now see how all three traits come in very handy in CUI protection. The MPOPV is designed to engage any air or surface threat to the Lithuanian waters and coastline. It is also fitted with an extensive range of anti-asymmetrical threat effectors, and therefore packs enough resilience and firepower to subdue most surface combatants, let alone civilian vessels with malicious intentions. The MPOPV will detect any suspicious behavior in a 300-kilometer radius, and will be able to report or intervene directly, for instance, by deploying special forces to board any vessel failing to comply. Its endurance and availability makes it easy to implement year-round watch over sensitive sites. And its resilience and underwater discretion will not only enable it to withstand any possible fire exchange, but also to approach underwater crime scenes undetected by potentially harmful units, with a chance of catching them dead to rights on sabotage attempts. And USVs deployed from the MPOPV itself will make such an approach even easier. The MPOPV, however, is not just a warship. Actually, it acquired, before acquiring its combatant qualities, it was derived from a mine warfare platform, and as such, it is built around a mission bay, the purpose of which is to deploy a set of drone assets known as toolbox for mine countermeasure operations. Such operations include detection, classification, localization, identification, and neutralization of mine threats. Each of these actions being entrusted to one particular drone asset deployed from a USV. In the shallow waters of the Baltic Sea, this toolbox, which can operate at depths down to 300 meters, is perfectly suited for autonomous CUI protection and surveillance. This surveillance, which will rely on the onboard data management capacity, can also be exerted from at some distance from the mothership, up to 10, 12 nautical miles, which makes for efficient and discreet monitoring. Besides the deterrence effect of helicopter patrols, the flight deck makes it possible to deploy UAVs for aerial patrols with a greatly reduced risk of detection from malicious third parties. And eventually, its aft deck, which offers space for up to 820 equivalent units and handling facilities, makes it possible to implement all sorts of containerized capabilities, such as variable depth sonars, underwater surveillance, or even active drones, deep sea ROVs or drones for the deployment of monitoring devices or any other type of threat response. And should such a deployment require constant and accurate positioning, the MPOPV can leverage its redundant dynamic positioning system for the success of the trickiest operations. So, globally, with nearly 50% of its volumes being modular spaces, The MPOPV can deploy many current assets dedicated to or involved in CUI protection, but also has the growth potential and flexibility for the deployment of future and more effective assets as they become available. Now, the MPOPV's qualities as a surface combatant and multi-purpose vessel will give Lithuania all the more of an edge, as they are natively designed to be integrable into a broader system of systems, such as the one illustrated here and under development at Naval Group under the name Sea Sentinel. Indeed, all the drones on board the MPOPV are federated by a command, control, and communication system called STIRIS Mission Systems. And STIRIS Mission System offers task group capability, which is the possibility to coordinate missions involving several units, such as the MPOPV, but also such as land-based deployed drones, such as any other type of assets or units interfaced with STIRIS MS, meaning that the capabilities that come with the MPOPV can later be scaled up and complemented with a shore operations center, pictured here as STIRIS Command, meaning that this makes it possible to establish a tactical picture from seabed to space in the framework of a national or international response. So as a conclusion, being a multi-purpose combatant with a mine countermeasure capability at its core, the MPOPV is perfectly suited for CUI protection, particularly in the shallow waters of this high-stake theater of operations called the Baltic Sea. Coming with readily available features covering all three dimensions of the deter, detect, and respond CUI protection doctrine, the MPOPV also has flexibility and growth potential to make up a reliable and effective naval capability for the protection of critical undersea infrastructure, either as a standalone asset or as part of a broader response from now on and well into the future. Ačiū už dėmesį. Thank you for your attention.
Wait a second, Mr. Sebastian. So, very valuable information. I would like to ask audience, maybe you have some questions related to this? Too much. So please, all questions during the coffee break. No, it's not according to request. Yeah.
I'll be happy to answer them.
I have one question. So when Lithuania will have first unit?
That will depend on when Lithuania makes its decision, because we're not the only contenders.
Okay. So how many participants in tender you think will be?
There were up to 6.
Whoa.
Last I know, it's down to 2 participants. So
Okay.
Lithuania has to make a choice between 2 proposals. So we're hoping that decision will be in our favor, and we'll do our utmost to provide you with everything I described and a lot more.
Thank you. So you will find one guy which is partially responsible for these things in our speakers. So thank you again.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. My pleasure. Thank you.
So let's continue with Piotr Tushinsky from Geoxys, integrating USVs into commercial geophysical survey operations, future technology in today's projects.
Please, Mr. Piotr.
I would like to say thank you for the organizers. I am happy to be with you here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I represent Belgium company, private capital, GeoXYZ. The subject of the presentation is integrating USVs into commercial geophysical survey operations. First of all, I would like to say something about the GXYZ to start the presentation. May I ask for the next slide, please? Okay. So, GXYZ is an international maritime data company specialized in hydrographic, geophysical, geotechnical, and topographic surveys, marine site investigations, renewable energy support, oil and gas, and crew transfer for the on, near, and offshore industries. As I told, GXYZ headquarters is in Belgium, Sorregem, but we have several offices across Europe and beyond. Our team consisting of more than 700 experts working worldwide in Belgium and hybrid. Further, here you will see the offices, location of the offices. So, as I told, in such countries like Netherlands, France, Luxembourg, UK, Portugal, Spain, Namibia, and Singapore. Some key figures. I believe the most important are customers for whose we completed successfully projects. So you see the key customer group. Our last year turnover more than 150 millions of euro. On this slide, I will present the historical data. We born 1999, and through these years, we successfully growing up, as you may see. Also, as you may see at the bottom, you are owner of our own fleet, more than 30 vessels, from the smallest near shore on the left side to the seagoing vessels on the right side. Yeah, sorry, I hope now will be better. On the top, you may see also the companies which are in our group, like Stemma, like Geometal Works, Sea Soils, and many others, which will be presented at the end of this presentation. Our activities, I believe this is the most important. As I told, we are marine data company. We are processing. We are, let's say, we are getting the data. We are processing the data, and we are delivering to the client the final reports. This slide presents whole group of our activities. Today the main concern is offshore wind energy and oil and gas, but not only. As I told before, we are involved in marine site investigation, construction support for oil and gas and for offshore wind energy, operation and maintenance services, and also the commissioning of offshore wind farms. The equipment which we are possess is our property, as I told, so fleet of ships, aerial drones, unmanned surface vehicle, also ROVs. As I told before, we own more than 30 vessels. Without the vessels, of course, we couldn't set our services. We have 9 offshore vessels, 7 nearshore, 4 CTVs, crew transfer vessels, trial vessels, as I told, marine drones and aerial drones. Because the subject of the presentation is integration of the drones, unmanned surface vehicles for the survey, geophysical survey. and this is the subject of the presentation. I would like to present our equipment, which we are also the maker. Yeah, we are not buying the drones on the market. We are producing the drones, so we are maker of the drones. I will present a couple of them, actually 3, which are delivered for the service, and also I will present the success cases, so the projects in which the drones has been used. Before, I would like to show you the biggest one designed. So we have 2 products, Geodrone 7000 series and Geodrone 13,000 series. The digits are in relation to the length of the hull. The sensor integrations is also designed and completed by us. You see the platform for multi-beam echo sounding and also other equipment integrated in GD, so Geodrone 3000 3-meter drones. And the most important part of the presentation is, of course, are the projects completed successfully by us. So this is Geodrone 1800. It has been used in hydrographic survey campaign conducted in port of San Pedro, Ivory Coast, and proved to be highly effective platform for the shallow water and multi-beam operations in these shallow waters. This drone is equipped with Norbit IWBMS multi-beam echo sounder and SBG Equinox ENS. So the drones, this drone operated autonomously in confined zones and prove his efficient in the shallow water and close proximity of port infrastructure. Because of the weight and the length, it can be deployed by the one person. Let's see further. Then, of course, we have the other project, René France, and the multi-beam bathymetry of the reservoir bed dam to support structural inspection and volume calculation. The project was completed successfully also. You see the grid lines on the upper right corner. And of course, the picture resulting completed survey. And the biggest project and bigger drone deployed from the mother vessel, which stay there on the right upper corner. The blue dark diamond, this is the area surveyed by the vessel, and the magenta lines, which are here at the bottom and on the top of the diamond, the survey has been completed by the drone itself. As I told, the planet survey area was quite large zone. So the project split, let's say, 2 operations, one for the vessel and one for the drone. And it was the biggest case which has been successfully completed. So from my side, that's all. For the for people which have questions concern, let's say, further questions concern the presentation or question concern the drones presented, I will give the answer later on after the conference.
Can we have a microphone?
Yes, please.
And are you prepared for questions from audience?
Of course, even now or later on, it's up to you.
Maybe you have some questions from. Please, you. Okay, so I have one question. I saw that these projects, photos and geographical locations, were in the calm waters or inland waters. What about shallow waters, sea shallow waters?
So there are advantages and disadvantages of drone using, and also the restrictions to use the drones, like you told, weather restrictions, significant height of the waves, current, wind. Depends on the type of the drones. Depends on the hull length. We may let's say increase or decrease the range of the current, of the height waves, of the wind speed. I cannot, let's say, give you strict answer. We may say from let's say calm water to the 1.5 meter height wave. For the wind speed, this depends also. The most important is the endurance too, I believe. We have drones which propulsion is electric, hybrid, and we are using conventional engines. But of course, depends on the situation, and also depends on the construction of the drones. The most important issue, I believe, for this environment is that the drones are watertight. So all the equipment is secured. Sometimes it may happen that the weather is changing at sea always. And of course, we need time to deploy and to come back with the drone to mother vessel. So the drones are designed such way to avoid ingress of the water inside when the equipment is installed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we will continue with the two virtual presentations and from Marinex Robotics on topic from ports to intelligent sea gates.
Can you hear me? Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Could you
So
please
just
wait a
let me.
moment?
Yeah, no worries. Hi, hello, thank you. This is a big privilege to be here. Many thanks for inviting me to present today. Just briefly to introduce myself, my name is Ron Mernik. I'm a founder and CEO of Marinex Robotics, a startup based in Lithuania, and we are going to, and actually we are working on next generation underwater robotics. Every pitch and every presentation, I always like to mention that we are heading to the oceans. Energy, security, and foods all come from the oceans. So today I would like to touch one of the world's most important infrastructure segments, that is actually seaports. Ports are critical to the global economy, enabling trade, security, and infrastructure resilience. A rising demand, aging assets, and labor constraints are driving shift toward automation, digitalization, and faster infrastructure delivery. Despite this dynamic segment, there are so many challenges. So let's dive into them. Port operations are constrained by fragmented systems, manual decision-making process, and critical underwater data blind spots. When I say the blind spot, I mean we don't have intelligence and data underwater 24/7. This is a key critical part that is missing. Also, to work underwater, it's very hard and dangerous. Low visibility, oil spills, chemical pollutants, organic waste, heavy metal that come from the vessels. And this is a challenging, highly challenging environment for divers and humans that control systems that actually results in reactive operations, inefficiencies, elevated risks, and lack of scalability. But we have solution for that. Our next generation underwater robotics enables persistent, real-time data and operations in challenging environment. It transforms underwater domain from blind spot into predictive, autonomous intelligence layer. The ability to predict and plan accordingly are the key points here. I would like to introduce you Aquator. It is our next generation autonomous underwater vehicle for continuous monitoring. The technology that can stay underwater and is highly scalable. Our technology gives full domain situational awareness and real-time insights, enabling predictive operations and faster decisions. It enhances safety and security while reducing human risk and operational costs. Actually, today, if the port or any other player want to adopt technology like ROV or AUV, it's highly capex intensive operations. The underwater robots cost a lot of money. We're going to provide solution that actually affordable and is a game changer for underwater monitoring and working underwater systems. So our technology transforms port into fully digital intelligence-driven systems, shifting focus from manual data, which is one of the key weakness and human labor actually, to fully automated and intelligence-driven environment. These solutions enables to collect data in fully autonomous way and turn into actionable insights, boosting efficiency, security, and operational resilience. Thank you very much. So if you have questions, please let me know. Happy to answer.
Audience, any questions? Yes, we have one question. Ron, do you hear us well? Ron?
Yeah, can I
Hi.
hear?
Yeah.
Please.
Well, good morning, Ron. Sebastian Savage, Naval Group, France. I have a question about maintenance. You mentioned that your system is to stay immersed for a long period of time. how is maintenance going to take place? Is it going to be provided by divers, or does the system have to be removed from its location to be maintained on land?
Okay, yeah, many thanks for this. Today actually we have three solutions to walk underwater. This is AUV, ROV, and divers. AUV, it's autonomous underwater vehicle, but it's more kind of designed to collect data, not for intervention purpose. So if you want to perform intervention tasks, you actually have another solutions like ROV and divers. So ROV requires anyway the boat and team. You need to book the access to this particular point, to walk underwater with operators, with ROV, etc. It's highly inefficient and very costly. And also, once you control the ROV using joystick, you actually open the box with a lot of errors, like human errors. To walk underwater like divers, you also have so many limitations, up to 3 hours per day. You need to book a team, you need to bring actually divers into a particular place, etc. It's very dangerous, risky. The water is always contaminated, particularly in port areas. So in terms of our solution, you can imagine we have a robot that actually can approach to any sensitive point and walk alone in an autonomous interventional mode. It's like ROV, but it's fully autonomous. It can actually understand the environment and performs very complex tasks underwater. I didn't hear you very well in terms of question, but if I miss some point, please let me know, and I would like to add any other data.
Thank you for your answer and for your presentation. Do we have any questions? No. So let's continue with other guest, Andriy Golovan from Odessa National Maritime University, on topic from drone data to decisions, prescriptive analytics for port and offshore infrastructure protection.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, Andrei, we see
Mhm.
the moment, and we can hear you well.
Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Andriy Golovan, and I represent Odessa National Maritime University. It's a pleasure to participate in this conference and contribute to the discussion of the modern challenges in maritime, offshore energy, and port logistics. Today I will present my recent approach titled From Drone Data to Decisions, Prescriptive Analytics and for Port and Offshore Infrastructure Protection. This work focuses on how we can move beyond simple data collection toward intelligent, decision-oriented systems that should improve safety, efficiency, and resilience of critical maritime infrastructure. The main objectives of my presentation are the following. First, to introduce a conceptual and methodological framework for prescriptive analytics based on drone-accurate data. Second, to demonstrate how this framework can be applied to real-world challenges in port and offshore infrastructure protection. And third, to emphasize the importance of experimental validation, particularly using our laboratory facilities, which allow us to bridge the gap between theoretical models and near real operational conditions. Overall, the goal is to show how data models and experiments can be integrated into unified decision support ecosystems. The presentation structure is as follows. First, I will briefly describe the problem context. Then I will discuss the nature of drone data. After that, I will present the analytics pipeline. A key part of the presentation will be devoted to experimental validation. And finally, I will introduce the prescriptive decision-making framework. Ports and offshore energy facilities are among the most complex engineered systems. They operate in a dynamic environment influenced by weather conditions, vessel traffic, and operational constraints. Despite the increasing deployment of monitoring technologies, including drones, sensors, and surveillance systems, there is still fundamental limitations. We are collecting vast amounts of data, but we are not fully utilizing it for decision making. In many cases, human operators are overwhelmed by information, and critical decisions still rely heavily on experience rather than structured analysis. This creates a gap between data availability and decision effectiveness, which this research aims to address. Drones have become essential tools in maritime infrastructure monitoring. Aerial drones, or UAVs, are widely used for visual inspection of structures, surveillance of port areas, detection of anomalies on the surface. At the same time, underwater drones, or UUVs, enable inspections of submerged structures, monitoring of pipelines and foundations, detection of underwater hazards. These systems significantly improve safety and coverage as they reduce the need for human presence in hazardous environments. However, they also introduce a new challenge. They generate large volume of complex data which are difficult to interpret in real time. Drone-based systems generate multiple types of data simultaneously. These include visual data, such as high-resolution video, thermal imaging, and for detecting heat anomalies, LiDAR and sonar data for spatial mapping, and environmental data, such as wind, waves, and temperature. Additionally, these datasets are often combined with external sources like AIS data and operational logs. The key challenge is that this data is heterogeneous, sometimes incomplete or noisy, and often time sensitive. Therefore, without proper processing, it's difficult to extract reliable and actionable insights. Traditionally, analytics systems evolve through several stages. First, descriptive analytics, which answers the questions what is happening. Second, diagnostics analytics, which explain why it is happening. And third, predictive analytics, which estimate what will happen next. However, the most advanced level is prescriptive analytics, which answer the key operational questions: what should we do now? This involves generating recommended actions based on data, models, and risk assessment. To achieve this, we propose a structured analytics pipeline. The first stage is data fusion. There are multiple data sources are integrated into unified representation. The second stage is anomaly detection. Their algorithms identify deviations from expected behavior. The third stage is risk assessment. Their detected anomalies are evaluated in terms of severity and potential impact. Finally, the fourth stage is decision generation. There, the system proposes specific actions. This pipeline transforms raw data into structured, decision-ready information, which can significantly improve operational efficiency. A critical component of our approach is experimental validation. In my department, we operate a hydrotechnical basin, which allows us to simulate near real maritime conditions at scale. In this facility, we can model wave dynamics, vessel motion, and interaction between ships and infrastructure. This provides us with controlled experimental data, which is essential for validating algorithms. And for example, we can simulate abnormal scenarios such as drifting vessels, collision risks, or structural stress conditions. In addition to hydrodynamic effects, we also consider the impact of aerodynamic condition. Our aerodynamic laboratory enables us to study wind effects on drones, airflow around port structures, and environmental disturbances affecting monitoring accuracy. This is particularly important because drone performance is highly sensitive to wind conditions. Using this facility, we can calibrate drone sensors, improve data accuracy, and enhance the robustness of monitoring systems. Both laboratories together provide a comprehensive experimental basis for validating and improving our models. The next step is integrating all this information into digital twin framework. The digital twin combines physics-based models derived from laboratory experiments and real-time data obtained from drones. This creates a dynamic representation of the infrastructure, which evolves continuously as new data becomes available. Such a hybrid approach improves accuracy for experimental validation and responsiveness through real-time updates. Building on this foundation, we implement a prescriptive decision-making framework. This framework includes, first of all, risk prioritization. Their detected issues are ranked based on their potential impact. Second is scenario generation. Their possible response strategies are evaluated. Third, action recommendation. The system proposes optimal actions such as targeted inspections, preventive intervention, or operational adjustments. These outputs can be integrated into decision support system used by port operators. To illustrate this approach, we consider a conceptual case study. For example, a drone detects a potential structural anomaly or an unidentified object near infrastructure. This information is processed through the analytics pipeline, validated using another sensors, and translated into recommended response. The proposed approach provides several key advantages. It enables faster and more informed decision making, reduction of risk to human operators, improved reliability of monitoring systems, and increased resilience on infrastructure. At the same time, several challenges remain. This includes integration of heterogeneous data sources, regulatory constraints on drone usage, and scalability of these systems in real operational environments. Addressing these challenges requires further research and collaboration between academia and industry. To conclude, drone-based monitoring alone is not sufficient to ensure effective infrastructure protection. We need systems that transform data into decisions. Prescriptive analytics provide this capability. Experimental validation ensures accuracy and reliability, and the future lies in integrated, intelligent, and partially autonomous systems. Before I finish, I would like to briefly add our department has developed a strong combination of experimental facilities and analytical expertise, including hydrodynamic and aerodynamic laboratories. We are currently looking for partners to collaborate on a new joint project which will make use of all these laboratory resources. We are particularly interested in cooperation in smart port technologies, offshore infrastructure monitoring, digital twin, and prescriptive analytics. If this aligns with your interest, I would be very glad to discuss potential collaboration. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear Professor, I hope we will have some questions from audience. If not, so I always prepared. So audience, do you have any questions? So Professor, I saw that unmanned aerial vehicle and autonomous underwater vehicle participates in your project. What about unmanned surface vehicle? Why this element is not included, and just for importance?
We are just right now working on surface drone, and I just didn't include it in my presentation.
But what is the unmanned surface vehicle is important in this system?
Yeah. Yes, sure. It's very important.
Okay. So thank you for your presentation, and have a nice day.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
And the last presentation before the coffee break, Mindaugas Klaviškis, the representative from Lithuanian Navy, on topic the importance of unmanned systems for maritime security.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As presented, I'm Lieutenant Commander Mindaugas Klaviškas, representing Lithuanian Naval Flotilla today. I am a subject matter expert in the mine warfare, and this is closely related to the underwater warfare as well. I'm also the member of the group who is doing the, as we call it, Project 2030 Plus, which was presented by Sebastian very well. So, and yeah, I'm not the best presenter, but I will try to do my best to deliver the message about the importance of unmanned systems for maritime security. So, agenda, as presented here, so I will try to do the presentation as fast as possible because I'm the last one standing between you and the coffee. So the Navy mission is the plan, maintain, train, and command naval forces in order to ensure surveillance, control, and defense of Lithuanian waters and fulfill international obligations. As you can see from this slide, Lithuanian Navy is a rather versatile force, tasked with the sea surveillance, including surveillance and protection of critical infrastructure, enforcement of sovereignty, search and rescue, oil spill recovery, historical ordnance disposal, mine clearance operations, diving operations, rendering support to other governmental agencies, and provision of host nation support to the visiting allied forces. These tasks includes dealing with unmanned water vehicles, thereby rendering the Baltic Sea a safer place for well-being of population of littoral states, nature, and economic growth and development. To fulfill these tasks, at sea, Lithuanian Navy has its subunit naval flotilla, which consists of 3 squadrons. So it's a patrol boat squadron with 4 Danish Flyvefisken class patrol boats, mine countermeasure squadron consisting of Norwegian mine layer Jotvingis, which serves as a staff platform for us, and 2 UK Hun-class mine countermeasure vessels, where the 3rd Hun-class vessel is in the regeneration process. And then we have the auxiliary ship squadron with 1 oil spill recovery ship and 1 harbor tug. Speaking of the environment we have to operate in, such as Baltic Sea in general, I would like to point out that Baltic Sea is densely mined area. Within the period of 1848 and 1945, 180,000 mines had been laid in 2,200 minefields. Speaking of situation in Lithuanian waters, I could mention that combined exclusive economic zone and territorial sea of Lithuania is 6,378 square kilometers. In the course of 2 world wars, it had been mined with over 1,640 sea mines, distributed among 15 different minefields. If we look closer at our waters, we can see following situation. Since 1997, Lithuanian Navy has been actively engaged in the efforts to dispose of historical ordnance. Actively cooperating with regional partners, those efforts resulted in 20 historical ordnance disposal operations carried out, 1,688 square nautical miles covered, and 202 unexploded explosive ordnance found at the seabed. Some of them were found in the area of construction of offshore wind park. Most of the ordnance were countermined utilizing unmanned systems. Oceans and seabed looks as very convenient location for employing various equipment and developing offshore infrastructure. Therefore, protection of important infrastructure is crucial role for various national and international entities. In the Navy, we have saying that protecting something on the land is a challenging task. Protecting something at sea is hard task. Protecting something on the bottom of the sea is task of even greater complexity. Since there is no easy way to observe and keep track of everything what is happening in thousands of square miles, in the depths of tens of meters. Underwater cables and pipes are incredibly long structures, very vulnerable because any kind of subversive act could ruin operations within particular underwater infrastructure and cause a lot of damages for the entire country. Recently, we all have witnessed a lot of disruptive activities on seabed in the Baltic Sea. And this won't stop, but most probably increase as the Russian Federation heavily invests in the developing of seabed warfare capabilities. All this clearly necessitates to increase our regional and integration cooperation, finding efficient solutions to protect critical underwater structure. And without unmanned systems, the challenge of protecting these assets on the seabed would be extremely complicated. For the last couple of decades, Lithuanian Navy main equipment to conduct operations underwater was hand-class vessels equipped with hull-mounted sonar and remote-operated underwater vehicles, which were used to identify and or monitor objects on the seabed. Since expansion of critical infrastructure on the sea bottom and development in technology, we realized that legacy platforms are not sufficient enough to have reliable underwater awareness. Therefore, initially we equipped our explosive ordnance divers teams with ocean scan light autonomous underwater vehicles. This proved to be an efficient way to conduct mine countermeasure operations. With this access, we could create more detailed underwater picture. This is why later we equipped our Hunt-class platforms with the medium-sized Remus 300 autonomous underwater vehicles. These autonomous systems are capable to survey and record underwater missions for up to 12 hours. This gives us a more reliable and robust underwater picture, which we can share with our allies in the region and in the minefield. It gives us an opportunity to keep the ship outside the mine danger area. These unmanned assets are becoming more and more critical for our operations. With our expanding capabilities, we can maintain our presence underwater without necessity to endanger human lives. Seeing all the technological progress, we now understand that unmanned systems offers us transformative advantages. We can remove capital platforms and crews from hazardous minefield, enhancing safety and precision in countermeasure operations. We can establish extensive maritime situational awareness coverage with fewer manned platforms and optimize our resources. By strategically positioning and operating unmanned vehicles with adversaries, anti-access, aerial denial area, our capital platforms can stay outside impacted spaces. This strategic approach could maximize unmanned systems capabilities in challenging environments. As technology evolves and necessity of unmanned capabilities development arise, in order to be capable to bring the man out of the minefield and be able to monitor underwater environment, Lithuanian Navy has initiated the procurement, as already presented, of new platforms, which are expected to be equipped with systems of unmanned systems, such as unmanned surface vehicles capable of deploying autonomous underwater vehicles, towed sonars, and remote-operated vehicles to monitor, identify, and countermine underwater objects. We expect that this investment will increase our presence on the seabed and let us create more reliable underwater awareness, as well as protect critical infrastructure. In the NATO, we call this system of systems as a toolbox, which means that we are not replacing humans on board, but rather giving them more tools to enable operations success. That's me, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So, can I help with the microphone for the question? So we saw MPOPV from the first presentation. So the one question is, this project, does it cover Lithuanian Navy requirements?
Most of them, yes.
Okay, so it could be Mr. Savage is smiling.
This is why they are one of twos. So yeah.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So if you have no questions, we saved some time. So I would like to invite you for the coffee before next section. So, and for the closer discussion as well in opposite room. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Back at 7 o'clock.
Give a cheer, 'cause you're only going up from here. Family, here I am, and there ain't no fun in it. Family. you talk too much. No hesitation, what are we waiting for? We talk too much. You know I talk too much. Honey, come put your lips on mine and shut me up. We can blame it on human nature. Stay cool, it's just a kiss, so what you gotta be so talkative? I talk too much. We talk too much. Don't wanna live as an untold story. Rather go out in a blaze of glory. I can't hear you. I don't fear you. I live now 'cause the bad die last. Dodging bullets with your broken past. I can't hear you. I don't fear you now. Wrapped in your regret. What a waste of blood and sweat. Oh, I wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. I don't wanna take my time. Don't wanna waste one life. I wanna live better days. Never look back and say, could have been me. It could have been me. Yeah. Don't wanna live as an unsung melody. I'd rather listen to the silence telling me I can't hear you. I won't fear you. Don't wanna wake up on a Monday morning. The thought of work is getting my skin crawling. I can't fear you. I don't hear you now. Wrapped in your regret. What a waste of blood and sweat. Oh, I wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. I don't wanna take my time. Don't wanna waste one life. I wanna live better days. Never look back and say, could have been me. It could have been me. Yeah. Hey! Wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. Don't wanna take my time. No! Don't wanna waste one life. Hey! Hey! Just better look back and say, could have been me. Could have been me. Could have been me. Could have been me. I wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. I don't wanna take my time. Don't wanna waste one life. I wanna live better days. Just better look back and say, could have been me. Could have been me. Could have been me. Could have been me. You know I gotta have it. Whoa. So I rifle through the cabinet with a crooked moan. Kinda queasy on the red ones, so I took all of the blue ones. Feeling harder than a glue gun. I said it's go, go, go. I hold hands with cosmic entities. I take this too bad if I please. I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah, I got this sweet tooth, baby. crazy. I never had an invite. Kick me out, I don't mind. Helicopter by the stop sign, pretending that it's a strobe light. Kick me out, I'm not phased. I'm on another plane. I hold hands with cosmic entities. I take this too bad if I please. I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah, I got this sweet tooth, baby. I exploit my opportunities. Some broken hearts, some cavities. I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah, I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah. I can never find a refuge. Yeah, I'm always at a sweet tooth. It started with a whisper, and that was when I kissed her, and then she made my lips hurt. I could hear the chit chat. Take me to your love shack. Mama's always got a backtrack when everybody talks back. Everybody talks, everybody talks. Everybody talks, everybody talks. Everybody talks, everybody talks. all you've ever wanted, and it's all that you want still. Don't you wanna play the beautiful game out in Brazil? I wanna play the beautiful game out in Brazil, 'cause everybody plays the beautiful game out in Brazil. And it's all you've ever wanted, and it's all that you want still. Don't you wanna play the beautiful game out in Brazil? I heard it lives down the river somewhere. The 6 cars and a grizzly bear. Got eyes, but he can't see. Well, he talks like an angel, but he looks like me. Yeah. I heard it lives down the river somewhere. With 6 cars and a grizzly bear. Got eyes, but he can't see. Well, he talks like an angel, but he looks like me. I never felt 10 feet tall. Again I am way too small. Oh, she sees all we have when I fall in the sun. She's so blue. All my lights are pictures and colors, all the feelings. I never felt 10 feet tall. I try to lose your weight in my head. Oh, she sees all we have when I fall in the sun. She's so blue. All my lights are pictures and colors, all the feelings. She's so blue. All my lights are pictures and colors, all the feelings. Why don't you calm down, for crying out loud? I'm losing it lately. I'm young and I'm dumb, I live and I learn. Yeah, what's the hurry now? What's the hurry now? Black in the eyes, back in my mind, so saturated. Going to bed, the girl in my head. Yeah, I really feel it now. Yeah, I really feel it now. What a feeling, oh, what am I feeling? I can't ever seem to make up my mind. No, what does that say about me? Oh, what does that say? I just wanna be alone sometimes. wanna be someone. I just wanna be someone. Dive and disappear without a trace. I just wanna be someone. Well, doesn't everyone? And if you feel the great dividing, I wanna be the one you're guiding. 'Cause I believe that you can lead the way. I just wanna be somebody to someone. Oh, I wanna be somebody to someone. Oh, I never had nobody and no road home. I wanna be somebody to someone. And if the sun starts setting, the sky goes cold, and if the clouds get heavy and start to fall, I really need somebody to call my own. I wanna be somebody to someone. Someone to you. Someone to you. Someone to you. Someone to you. I don't even need to change the world. I'll make the moon shine just for your view. I'll make the starlight circle the room. And if you feel like night is falling, I wanna be the one you're calling. 'Cause I believe that you can lead the way. I just wanna be somebody to someone. Oh, I wanna be somebody to someone. Oh, I never had nobody and no road home. I wanna be somebody to someone. And if the sun starts setting, the sky goes cold, and if the clouds get heavy and start to fall, I really need somebody to call my own. I wanna be somebody to someone. Someone to you. Someone to you. Someone to you. Someone to you. The kingdom come, the rise, the fall, the set and sign above it all. I just wanna be somebody to you. I just wanna be somebody to someone. Oh, I wanna be somebody to someone. Oh, I never had nobody and no road home. I wanna be somebody to someone. And if the sun starts setting, the sky goes cold, and if the clouds get heavy and start to fall, I really need somebody to call my own. I wanna be somebody to someone. Someone to you. 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 I've been trying to do it right. I've been living a lonely life. I've been sleeping here instead. I've been sleeping in my bed. Sleeping in my bed. So show me family, all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. I
So Wim started our next section. But at first, I would like to inform you that at the moment, our team of teachers participating in audit according to STCV requirements. So, sorry, this date was planned much more before than STCV audit informed that we are going to provide you checkings 16th of April. So sometimes it happens. So, but anyway, I think so. No influence on information on the desk. So thank you, Wim, for being here, and the scene is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you understand me. My name is Wim Stubb. I'm working, let's say, in port business and everything which is related to that. Today I'm going to present a project, a international cooperation project, which has been finished 1 month ago, where we put all the conclusions on the table. And let's say the key background of this project was energy and energy directives, which are put forward by the European Commission, by the European Union, and how ports can react on that. So for those who are familiar with ports and transport and energy directives, you have heard about the AFIR directive and the READY II directive, which means a reduction of greenhouse gases, B, using of renewable energies, C, organizing biofuels, and C, also making sure that you have OPS in your port infrastructure. So quite a lot of questions, and unfortunately not all the ports have the same skills and have the same, let's say, operational knowledge on how to adapt themselves to this kind of directives. So what to do? The key question is, how as a small or medium-sized port can I adapt myself to these new regulations? How can I try to find solutions for my proper port business wherever it's situated? So that's why Port of Skagen in Denmark decided to sit together with several ports, as you can see here. So in Denmark, we're working with the Port of Skagen, in the Netherlands, Port of Zwolle, the Niedersachsen ports, which is a cooperation of 13 ports in Germany, the north of Germany, going from Wilhelmshaven to Cuxhaven. The Région de Bretagne, which is responsible for the management of 21 ports, including the port of Brest. So Moshaven and Egersund in Norway. So small and medium-sized ports which are facing one problem. Bloody hell, we have no electricity. How can we manage? How can we organize the OPS system, the onshore power supply system in our ports? Please give us a solution, or let's work together with research institutions and private companies to build up a project. And this has become the READY II project, which has been funded by European Union and Trek North Sea. But several questions were on the table. Ports have resources. Whatever they say, the key hypothesis from this project was, what kind of resources can I mobilize within my port in order to build up my own energy supply? So I'm less dependent from grids, I'm less dependent from cable, I'm less dependent from pipelines, etc. So that's why this was the core question of this project. How can I better use my local resources in the port in order to build up my energy production, storage, and consumption? This is the overview. I will not go into detail. We will speak about this later on. I give you just a kind of the project structure. There were 3 work packages. Work package number 1, it's too much information, is really looking on waste. Every port has waste. Whatever you think, all kinds of waste. And in order to create and to make your own fuels, it's good to understand what are the waste streams in your port. Second topic was definitely about investigating all different solutions in order to make your own energy production, storage, and consumption, especially in relation to the new regulations like OPS, biofuel, decarbonization. And the last part was more like building up tools in order to strengthen ports in this area. I have a lot of slides. I will not comment all of them. I will just try to give you the outline, the bigger outlines of what has been done in this project. So as mentioned, the first package is the waste scan in ports. So every port is, let's say, has major waste streams because of all the companies which are related and situated in the port. So what to do with this waste? Waste is money. I say if you want to make money, start to work with waste. This is a golden rule I can give you if you want to start your own business. This is something you should analyze. So what has been done is to analyze the streams. So minerals, metals, organic, mixed. And in function of the volumes in each of the ports, they decided what they can do with it. And maybe some of the streams can be used for the production of energy. This was the case in Egersund, which is partly a fishing port in Norway on the west coast. So this fish waste has been used for producing biofuel. The key topic there was that it's not so easy to find all the data on waste collection. It depends from company to company and from national authority and national authority. In Denmark, all the companies are obliged to declare the level and the volumes of waste. In Norway, they aren't. In the Netherlands, there is a mixed system. So as you can see, the key topic, which was done by the Research Institute of Vives in Flanders, it was quite a huge job to identify all this kind of material flows. Next topic, ports. Thanks to the regulations, ports have become energy hubs. It's not about logistics anymore alone. It's about energy. Ports play an important role as distribution center, as production center of energy. And this is something that we'd like to show out in the next slides. We have been dividing the activities and the pilots of the ports according to several chapters. The first chapter I would like to refer to is fuels. And there the port of Skagen, which is a major Danish fishing port, they have also been analyzing the fish waste and how they could use this fish waste to produce their own biodiesel or bio-GTL in order to use it for the fishing vessels. The fishing vessels there are not small. They are ships like vessels, I would say, 50, 60, 80 meters. So it's not this small little fishing boat which you take with grandfather on a Sunday afternoon. They're really industrial ships with huge capacity of their factory ships, so they really have needs. Another topic, Port of Zwolle in the Netherlands, inland, bridging, let's say, the inland canal system to the ports of Rotterdam and Port of Amsterdam. So they are looking how they have worked a lot with inland barges. They have been testing together with a private company if they can use H2, so hydrogen, battery systems in cooperation with inland barges. Not an easy job. Business case is not proven yet. It's a big topic in many of these cases. Technology exists, technology is working, but the business case is quite a heavy issue. Then we have a small shipyard from Belgium called Blue Power Synergy, who tried to develop its own vessels. Vessel number one is a solar sail, so no more fuel involved in this vessel. It's a little bit in the line of what is happening in France and Brittany, where the sailing wind is becoming much more important back into the traditional cargo systems. So they have built up their own vessel, only using solar panels, which they installed in the sails, and wind energy. Inside, they used, let's say, battery pack in order to have electric propulsion. Here you see the vessel. It's not a cargo vessel, it's a sailing vessel which you can book. I gave you the details after the session. So you can have your own trip to the Caribbean with a solar sail if you want. No, second vessel is a dual engine vessel where bioethanol is used together with the classical benzene, whereby why you see this, let's say this boat, this CTV on the picture is because the engine which is inside has the same power as the CTVs which are used for the offshore. So this is also a test pilot construction, you see it here, which is registered in Poland for being very pragmatic, but which is tested now on the utilization of bioethanol and the traditional fuel. Key problem here is the diversified market of the prices of bioethanol in Europe. If I go drive with my car to France and I fill my boxes with bioethanol, I pay 1/3 of the price I pay in Belgium. So this is bringing quite a lot of stress in the market of bioethanol. Second package, electricity. Many of the small and medium-sized ports are confronted with a grid which is not sufficient, which is, let's say, not able to deliver the electricity which is needed for the OPS. So they have to find their own solutions. How to produce the electricity, how to store the electricity within the ports. So there we come to the issue of battery, and especially flex battery use within port environments in order to supply energy to the vessel, or in order to capture all the energy which is present in the port in order to supply energy. This is the port of Moss. Port of Moss is a smaller port close to the port of Oslo, which is working a lot on containers. They made several exercises and analysis in order to understand what they could do. Should they go for batteries? Should they go for full electrification of the cranes and all the equipment on the port side? So they have made several analyses to understand what would be the best way to handle. So they have been deciding for electrification of their cranes, which is of course a very cost-effective issue. Back to Denmark, Port of Skagen, the border between Baltic and North Sea. Port of Skagen is actually being expanded quite a lot. And within the expansion, they are now foreseeing all the issues on OPS, so onshore power supply. Nevertheless, it's Skagen, if you look on the map, it's really the top of Denmark. So forget about that you have a very good grid connection there and enough supply of electricity. It's too far away from Copenhagen, too far away from Aalborg, Aarhus, and all the other cities. So forget about all this. So please, small port, make your own business and try to find solutions. As you can see, port expansion, complete new quay wall has been built, and they install all the different OPS systems. But these OPS systems are not fed by the grid, they are fed by a mobile shore power system. So they have been buying batteries in order to organize the supply. Here you see the new container terminal, which they have built for MSC. So where they use this battery container in order to supply this area with electricity. Testing is still ongoing. It's a test case. Again, business case is very difficult. It has been always much more expensive than whatever is planned in the beginning, and the works are quite impressive. Now we go back to Belgium, back to the small shipyard, Blue Power Synergy. They are building a battery and BESS, a battery energy system based not on lithium but on sodium. The prices for sodium units have gone down and are now in competition, are competitive to lithium. Advantages is that these batteries are, let's say, have a long-lasting life and are less fire, we call this fire, more fire resistant, I will call it like that. So these people have been building a prototype of a sodium BESS, which they want to test in port environments where there is need for flexible energy and when there is need for supply at different moments. The supply is organized by solar panels, which mostly are integrated in warehouses and other elements, so it's flexible also for the supply, as well as for giving the energy to the vessels. So as you can see, it's not a 20-foot container. We decided to make it on 10 foot. The prototype is 0.6 megawatt. The idea is to build units for 1.5 megawatt, which is quite helpful in small and medium-sized ports. Here you see the inside of the container, so that's how it looks like. They're still, this is in the construction period when they're building all these elements. Electricity, now we go to the use of hydrogen and methanol. Here we work with the Région Bretagne. Région Bretagne, as being the port authority for 21 ports, they decided to go all the way for using hydrogen. They're armateur, how to sing, they're ship owner themselves. They have a lot of ships themselves going to the islands around Brittany. So they decided to put their own vessels on hydrogen on the one hand, but also to support the hydrogen industry, supply industry in the region of Brittany. Region of Brittany is about 3 million people, just to give you an indication. So from Brest to Rennes, it's about 220 kilometers. But as you can see, quite a lot of ports, a long nautical tradition, and very diversified ports. I mean, Saint-Malo is a rural port, Brest is a military port, and Lorient is a fishing port. So you have all types of vessels, all types of activities. Roscoff is also a kind of rural port, etc. So the Région de Brittany, of Brittany, has been setting up their own, let's say, H2 supply chain, bringing all the elements into line, whereby the land-based consumers and the land-based clients were put together with the production center, were put together with also with the maritime, let's say, consumers. So they have been mapping the whole network and also where are the bottlenecks so that they could start with the production. As mentioned, they make also their own test pilots. So there's, I mean, Brittany is also well known for the oysters. If you have an interest in oysters, I can recommend to go there. And they have also these special vessels which they take for oyster cultivation. So they're building up their own fleet as well in cooperation with the different ports. Norway, Egersund, also part-time fishing port. Also there, they are working with the production of hydrogen, and they go one step further. They now go for the production of methanol within the port. They are looking for different applications, especially in the fueling, building now a test. They have been building a test battery and a test production center, so now they are, let's say, scaling up in order to build a bigger issue. What they have been looking to is definitely to look to the different aspects of going this way, because there are definitely economic issues, there are political issues, there are legislation issues. They have been looking to this. I'm fed up with all the regulations. I'm fed up with all these laws. I'm fed up with all the administration. I'm fed up with all these people who are trying to prescribe what I should do and not should do. So this is the message I got from Niedersachsen ports in Germany, where it takes 5 years to build, or 6 years or 7 years to build one wind turbine in the port area. Even if it's a port area with an industrial perspective where you're not killing birds, you're not eating, you're not disturbing the meal of the elderly home or something like that. Nevertheless, it takes such a long time. So what the people in Niedersachsen port they do? They said, let's go for the small, let's go for the low-hanging fruit. Let's test all the different technologies which are existing in producing renewable energy, and let's see what we can use on a cost-effective basis in our ports in order to build up and to produce our own energy, so that we are less dependent from the grid and that we are less dependent from the national authorities. So they have been identified, as mentioned, they are managing 13 ports. As mentioned, going like bigger ports like Wilhelmshaven, Cuxhaven, up to smaller ports like Brake and Norden, which are city ports. So they had to also adapt, be very flexible to see what was possible in each of these ports. So they have been trying to identify several technologies, and they have been analyzing all these technologies on concept, on, let's say, the legal the legal procedures that need to be fulfilled, the installation issues, and also how to monitor it. So they made a full assessment, and this assessment they have been evaluating in function of the different types of ports. So what they have been doing is they made a choice in function of the ports, and they are now installing this, let's say, easier package of technologies in the area. Klaipėda is a RoRo port. Not only Klaipėda is a RoRo port, also the port of Trelleborg in Sweden. The port of Trelleborg in Sweden, which has lines to Poland, takes care of a lot of trucks. Big issue for a port as Trelleborg or Calais in France is they have to handle and they have to take care of all these trucks. And all these trucks need energy. So what is important as a port is that you organize all the provisions, the energy provisions for your trucks. So what they have been doing is to make a market study in cooperation with the truck producers like MAN and Mercedes and MAN and Volvo, in order to understand what is the market perspective for the trucks within 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Will they go on electricity? Will they go on hydrogen? Will they use other? Will they go on LNG? So they made this market analysis in order to understand what kind of investments they have to make in their ports in order to serve their clients, which are the trucks, next to the vessels. Last element is tools. I've been speaking in the first work package about waste. So waste is an important element in ports, especially as a source of energy. So the next step is, of course, that you start trading with waste, which is due to the national legislations, not an easy job. But nevertheless, there was an attempt to make a kind of a platform, and in order to build up a market, first within the port, and secondly, the idea is also to build it up between ports. So, as mentioned, we had our closing conference a little bit more than 1 month ago, and we made also our conclusions. We made a strategic note about ports and the role of ports as energy hubs, with a clear conclusion that there is need for extra support, especially if the European Commission wants to reach the targets that they set themselves very highly in order to, in the field of greenhouse gases, decarbonization, and other OPS infrastructure. This is a small presentation. I'm happy. I know this is very fast. I know there are many elements which can be worked out, but I'm very happy to give you more information in the break or whatever. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wim, sorry, we ran out of time frame, so sorry, no questions. If you have any questions, so you can ask later, or but you give me a good idea about when you said that if you are not killing in the port, so covered by wind turbines to cover against the birds. So
Okay.
An idea. Thank you, Wim. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So let's continue with the representative from Tallinn University of Technology, Kristina Sarova. The analysis of operational actions, technological opportunities, and opportunities provided by digitalization for shipping decarbonization.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to give my big thanks to Justas and Rima for inviting me this time. And I already received feedback from the previous year conference. I met colleagues from Ignitis they were asking, will I be presenting something about underwater cables again? So thanks for remembering my last year presentation. But actually, I was prepared for a longer talk. And when I came to this time limit, 15 minutes, and thanks, Wim. Where is Wim? Thanks. So you now owe me 5 minutes. Yeah, so it's quite a short time, so I already cut my presentation, and I wanted to introduce that I come from Tallinn University of Technology, Estonian Maritime Academy, but originally originally I'm from Latvia. I'm glad to see that today we have also colleagues from Latvian Maritime Academy. And I represent Maritime Transport Research Group, which is led by Ulla Tapaninen. And in this research group, we have several projects. 4 of them are on the screen, but also 2 more projects just recently came in. One is about cargo residues and another about decarbonization of pilot vessels, those small vessels which are getting pilots on board. And we have also a very good continuation of what Wim just told about RaceFair project. And this is a project which connects many industrial companies, ferry companies, which are in Åland Islands, Sweden and Finland. And every company is implementing some sort of decarbonization issue. For example, there is old vessel Silvero, which is 52 years old, and now it's fully electric. And I wanted to ask a question for Wim, actually, but I will just take a chance and ask it now. Do you agree that decarbonization has led to the collaboration of industries? So, and then through the decarbonization problem, they are collaborating now with each other to find common solutions.
Definitely, decarbonization has forced to bring ports, industries, and research institutions together, and it's absolutely necessary. They work together because the technology is going so fast, and the investments are so high that cooperation is needed. It's not possible that everybody works in its own little house and in its own little, and I'm now taking in more of your minutes of your speech. Everybody works in their own little house. I think it's absolutely necessary that we exchange about technologies and that we test technologies in different conditions. The conditions in Estonia are quite different from the ones in Brittany, but it's very important that we can test the technologies on both sides. So that's where I'm really in favor of integrating cooperation between research institutions and industries as a baseline, especially in the blue economy.
Thank you, Wim. Yeah, so I also agree that nothing is impossible, and the results which I wanted to present here are connected with the Horizon project, which was like a twinning project, and this is the very good example of collaboration of academia with industry. And the research context why we have these kind of projects everywhere around are like so logical, because like when I was a few years ago looking that everybody's doing something about the decarbonization, but the regions are so different. So when we are talking about Klaipėda, they don't have ice. So they had some small ice this year. Yeah, sorry for that. It was just coming from the north. But we have many issues, and also the structure of islands and the depth of water and the availability of infrastructure and the network of ports, it affects. So this is actually very good that every shoreline, every country network have these kind of projects which are leading to the decarbonization. And in this project, we had a methodological approach using 3 investigation areas, and one was operational opportunities to decrease emissions, and another was technological opportunities, and third was digitalization to decrease emission. And this was in cooperation with partners from Finland, who is VTT, and from Sweden, RISE, but these were just like small pipelines to get to more industrial partners, which we collaborate with. And Regarding operational measures, so I already decreased slides, but so there are links in this presentation. So actually we developed a catalog of decarbonization practices, which was suitable for like our region stakeholders, and it's available online. And when we are collaborating on each of these methodological approach, we are working in very close cooperation with industry. So actually what we don't do because like we as a research entity wish to do that, but the requirement for that comes from the company. And I will show also some case studies which we did in this research. There are more than 10 case studies, but for example, for the technological opportunities, we studied Swedish ice class rules, which gives like very, very much difficulties for the decarbonizing fleet, because there are certain requirements for ice class vessels. And also there are developing companies in Finland, for example, Norse Power. And with this company, we studied wind-assisted propulsion opportunities for ships. And every such a case, which is described in this catalog under, for example, technological opportunities, has the stakeholder in front of it and has so many problems that it's like for us and for students and for the research entities, the future research. For example, about wind-assisted propulsion, when we get this information that yes, savings are available, but when we analyze these savings, what are companies giving? They are giving, for example, savings of kilowatt, or savings of CO2 emissions, or savings of energy, or savings of fuel. How do you compare this? And everything is given in persons. So, and then you're comparing persons of apples with pears and watermelons. So there is no fundamental methodology. And when we come to the documents, which I'm told we are all fed up, then, for example, those documents which are already published as a research from the Norske Veritas Lloyds, they automatically exclude some sort of ships from the categories. They automatically group ships in tonnage, for example, from 10 to 30, like 1,000 tons, So, and they give some percentage for such a big group. And about the digitalization, we also studied. I had put here one very good picture just for you to encourage to study more. Through this study with RISE, we became part of the virtual watchtower. For those who are doing research in logistics, it's like something incredible that shipper like H&M, for example, who is buying clothes in H&M? Girls, you are here. Or Bershka. So they are becoming part of this consortia, and they can see where the dress is on the ship. So they can see where the container is on the ship, and it comes that you, as a girl who orders a dress, can see through this system where my dress is, on which ship. And of course, you cannot influence that ship, but the company can. So the company can choose, for example, the pathway for the ship to go one way or another way. They have very funny video online on this virtual watchtower Swedish webpage that the company is calling captain and asking to increase ship's speed, which is of course not in line with decarbonization issues. But about coming back to the study of rotor sails, as I see my time is coming to the end, but I will take those 5 minutes. We studied, for example, we studied its economical feasibility study, and if you go to the QR code, which I will show on the end of the slide, you will appear in such a software where you can play a game with different economic parameters which you can influence by yourself and calculate how how fast you get payback if you install the rotor sails systems on your ships. Then one more study, like about the ice, coming back to ice, we had also study about feasibility of different alternative fuels with regards to icebreakers. Earlier, the group of researchers did quite a huge research ordered by Estonian government, analyzing the icebreaker fleet and choosing the next pathway for the icebreaker. And based on the real icebreaking data, the data of icebreaker in system, we analyzed the pathways for different alternative fuels, and calculated finally costs. And for example, in this picture back, you know that there is volumetric caloric volume of fuels is different. And when we come to the costs, then even using the prognosis of the cheaper e-ammonia or e-methanol, like green fuel, even when we are getting to this cost, it will be huge amount for government comparing with those costs which are already now very, very expensive. Yeah, and I wanted to put something very exciting to the end. The project Airship, which we are also part of, and we are doing the economic feasibility study, that it's led by Tampere University, and they are building real winging ground craft. So this is a flying ship, according to the Colrec. It's called Winging Ground Craft, and this is one journal article for professional article, and it leads to the research article by me, where we cooperate with the United States company Regent. So they are building this kind of prototype. Yeah, and we also analyzed that in this pie, you can see who orders such ships. The shipping companies and also airlines. So it's still flying ship. Yeah, and by this code you can get full access to that study, and it has many case studies and many links inside, so you can just follow up on this. And thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Do we have any questions from audience? Yes, we have one.
My name is Andrei Zamkovoy, Deputy Director of Maritime Training Center in Klaipėda. Christina, in your very nice presentation and the previous presenter, Wim, I'm not provoked, just a question. It's a lot of solution of this ambition tax, zero CO2 emission in the shipping industry by mid-century. Somehow completely disappeared the alternative solution as a nuclear-powered vessel, small-scale nuclear power station. If the port of Skagerrak or entire group of ports in Skagerrak has a problem with electricity with grids, it's a wonderful solution, a floating nuclear power, small-scale power station. The same concerning the ship, especially the icebreaker, who demands a huge power, not a Finnish Bay or Tallinn approach ice, Arctic area, Antarctic area. Why it happens? Recently, the head of European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, mentioned slightly that probably it was a big mistake that Germany refused and closed nuclear power station. What's your opinion and comments to this issue? Thank you.
Okay, we are just staying here until lunch. This is the tastiest thing which you could ask, because it's like, it's my loveliest topic. So we are cooperating with ABB also on that matter, and we had in Transnav conference, which was in June, I had a presentation about small medium reactors. So it's like very interesting topic. There are now 96 companies in region in Europe who are developing small medium reactors, and they are called 4 tera reactors. But when you study, nothing has changed from the 70s. Yes, so they were still existing at that time. So we are just recovering what was already done before, and it's very interesting topic. And I would say that it's on the table. In Finland, many companies are working on that. Estonia is also developing a project of building onshore small medium reactor set near the Peipus Lake. Yeah, so there are many issues, and I think what we need to do, we need to increase knowledge on that. So we need to fund science. So we need to fund science, and when we fund science, then the researchers are capable of solving problems, and they can give this information to society, because society maybe has forgotten that actually nuclear power, is it safe? Yes, it's absolutely safe. Is it secure? If we talk about security, this is an issue. Yeah, so is it cheaper? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
And let's continue with our speakers, Georgi Dimitrov and Mikhail Gahevsky from Nikolai Vovtsarov Naval Academy, Behavioral and Communicative Transformation for Green Ports.
Thank you. Good morning, dear distinguished participants, dear guests, dear colleagues. My name is Georgi Dimitrov. I'm an associate professor from Nikolai Vovtsarov Naval Academy in Bulgaria. This is my 4th time here in Lithuanian Maritime Academy, and I always enjoy being here since I meet warm people and enthusiastic students. So that was a very interesting topic that was raised about the atomic energy, since many people think that it is dangerous, but if we consider the last 20, 30 years, there have been only 2 not casualties, but disasters that concern Chernobyl and Fukushima. So to make a transition to sustainability and emissions, those are the factors that could cause problems to the people that are around that areas. These small particles, these allergies, these diseases that appear in the new century are actually as a result of such problem. But of course, this is not only the emissions, because when we talk about sustainability, it's not only the emission, there are also the technologies that emerge, and the most important area that I would like to offer my sites are the behavioral and communicative transformation for green ports. So we work together on a project that is really called Green Port with institutions like Piraeus University, also Constanța Maritime University from Romania, Piraeus University is from Turkey, Rijeka University from Croatia, also Port of Aveiro, also Marte Logistics, and of course, European Maritime Pilots Association and European Tug Owners Association. So talking about new types of thinking, we consider a model that is called COM-B. Maybe some of you are aware of that idea. This is called competence, opportunity, motivation, and behavior. That's why it's called COM-B, and I would like to consider the aspect of the academies and higher education, how we can be the so-called transfer enablers. This is the modern definition, transfer enablers, and also strategy driver. So, coming from the academy, I would like to explain that first of all, we should present to the students, since we are teachers and lecturers, the basic concepts of sustainability. So I repeat again that these are not only the harmful emissions. You should have awareness, you should have policy coherence, you should consider climate change mitigation, resource conservation, pollution control, of course, and environmental impact assessments. So we all talk about sustainability. So sustainability is not optional. You are more competitive, you can have more customers, and you are modern, you are up to the time, and you see that sustainability is pushed together with the environmental regulations and the technology innovation. But technology is not enough. Technology will not bring green ports. You should have a different way of thinking. That's why I will draw a comparison between traditional maritime education and modern understanding of education. And having in mind the global and local policies, I mean the Paris Agreement, the EU Green Deal, all these factors are having influence on ships, ports, and also training. So as we talk about change in behavior and all the information that is transferred through all these hubs and points, this means that achieving environmentally sustainable port operations, this is not only a matter of introducing new technologies, this is to transform the practice, to follow typical new routines, and to have some applications for decision support. The regulations primarily target ships that are above 5,000 gross tonnage. But you are aware that besides these large vessels at port, there are pilot boats, there are service boats, there are tugs, there are additional facilities and many applications running that also are influenced by these changes. So the idea is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from all maritime activities. Of course, talking about the Greenport project, we consider the situation with small boats that could reduce emissions and have effective maneuver operations. But there are also trucks, there are also transport vehicles that produce emissions and could be part of the problem. So the idea is to adopt cleaner technologies like hybrid or electric propulsion systems and to improve fuel efficiency through operational optimization. So to the students, we present the 4 pillars of maritime conventions. These are SOLAS, MARPOL, STCW, and MLC, Maritime Labor Convention. So the most important thing is to understand how operational decisions influence environmental performance in port areas. So this transformation that I talk about will affect not only infrastructure and vessel technology, but the way the maritime professionals can plan and execute port operations. This is a picture of Nikola Vaptsarov Naval Academy. So the educational institutions we consider will play an important role to shape the next generation of maritime professionals. The maritime professionals are expected to manage ships and ports in environmentally responsible manner. So having such sustainability concepts into the curricular, this will allow students to develop an understanding of port ecosystem. As long as we return to Bulgaria, the next week, between the 20th and 24th of April, there will be a pilot stage to 24 students that will attend such a training course, and they will gain certificate. I forgot to mention that this project aims 3 learning streams. These streams include, first, higher education institutions, second, vocational education and training, and third are the trainers. This is train the trainer. So, talking about this integration of awareness, the educational programs should evolve from purely technical instructions to learning approaches that will enable the students understand broader environmental and operation implications. So this is the whole idea, to have a transition between traditional maritime training and green port training. When we discuss green port training, we have environmental knowledge, operational decision-making, and of course, permanent effective exchange of information. That's why I talk about change in behavior and communication transformation. So the phases that are included in that curriculum are 4. The students are expected, in Bulgaria it will be organized like some sort of a summer school. But for example, in Croatia and in Turkey, in Piraeus University, they have allocated such classes through all the semester. So during the weeks 1 to 4, you have the conceptual foundation, introduction to sustainability concepts, policies, and emissions. The second phase are between the weeks 5 and 8. This is applied analysis, exploration of operational case studies. Phase 3 are the experimental practice. So you have simulators and data analysis, data reflection. And phase 4 are the last 2 weeks that contain synthesis of learning outcomes and behavior. So we have 28 hours, not more. I think that that was really enough for the higher education to present to the students a new way of thinking. Of course, the tension between navigation, safety, and emission reduction always exists. We can make an overview of the regulations and their indirect impacts. The basic concepts of sustainability are, of course, considered, but navigation safety is versus emission reduction. Captain Gachevsky, that is here again from Nikolov Obsarov Naval Academy, has years of experience on board, and he could share his cases when it is very difficult to stick to all these new ideas and to fulfill your normal task in due time. So you are aware that there are different options about the emerging technologies. So I already mentioned that technology will not bring the change itself. It is the way of thinking. So we have challenges that concern limited availability and high cost of alternative fuels. There is also need of emission monitoring tools and different usability for crews. Chapelet system is also in use. So the expected operation and the expected decisions that should be in everyday work is that techniques should be the technology that is already used nowadays will help reduce such emissions like eco-speed steaming. You can consider scheduling with tidal windows to optimize fuel use. You have applications that show real-time fuel consumption. tack energy saving before and after the job, etc. Having in mind all these possible applications, there is always option to collect and analyze the emissions. So that's why we utilize data collection and applications that process the data. After that, there is a briefing and debriefing when we discuss with the students how the maneuver has been better with regard to the greenhouse gas emissions. This is what I have in mind. So these are pictures from Croatia and also from the students that have also completed that part of the piloting service of education. So using simulations, we'll train energy efficient maneuvering techniques, and that's how we encourage behavioral change through data-driven feedback. That's how we have port-specific scenarios. We can have momentum, strategic use of the momentum of the vessel. We can prioritize safety in maneuvering and discuss the elements of advantage. So, of course, talking about the technology and the changes, this whole procedure will be vulnerable, which means that you have exchange of information, and you should be sure that and should keep in mind that there could be GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System spoofing, jamming and cyber threats in navigation. Also, human factor is one of the most important, let's say, considerations. Most of the cases are concerning the technology that is perfect, but the human factor always remains. Another option is to have the application of biofuels. So this means that having in mind these changes and transformation, we should collaborate with engine manufacturers and suppliers and to adapt to operating procedures and alternative fuels. Talking about reporting and document management, it is, of course, connected with the environmental, social, and governance standards. So this means that from time to time, it is important to prepare reports for the regulatory bodies and stick to the compliance documentation. Talking about the communication is the second part of what I have in mind. This is the permanent exchange between all the points, which means that for the behavioral change, you should keep in mind the role of training, the leadership, and peer influence. If you have good planning of effective communication, you should keep in mind all the players involved. And when you elicit the required information, you will gain smooth operations. So, as long as you plan and implement sustainable strategies, then you will have better improvement and better results. This is the so-called COM-B model, which I started talking in the beginning, which include the capability, opportunity, motivation that we believe will bring for emission efficiency. So, capability refers to the knowledge and skills that are necessary to perform a specific activity. Opportunity represents the environmental conditions that enable behavior, and motivation will reflect the cognitive processes that drive individuals to act in a particular way. So, coming from Nikolai Vaptsarov Naval Academy, we think that educational transformation will involve adopting innovative teaching methodologies and should encourage active learning and critical thinking. So, having presented simulation-based exercise and having considered real-world case studies, This will allow students to explore the operational implications of sustainability policies and technological innovations. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, as I see, we have no questions. So thank you. I have one small gift for you. So.
Thank you very much.
The representatives from Klaipėda University, Paulius Rapalis and Lukas Šaparinis. Research and determinations of vessels emission based on intervals plume dispersion modeling.
Hello everyone, thank you for the nice introduction, and also thank you for the organizers for provided possibility to present our research results. Now, I'm quite sure that everyone who has gathered here knows how important shipping is for the global trade, and we all know that we need to make it as efficient and as effective as possible. At the same time, shipping is also responsible for quite significant amount of air pollutant emissions. And different regulatory frameworks are applied in order to mitigate that, and use of alternative fuels and different mitigation technologies is encouraged. However, it is no less important to have tools to actually measure and quantify how effective these technologies are and how their application actually impacts the shipping emissions in total. And in this case, in many cases, measuring of emissions directly is difficult, and remote tools are necessary because, well, we have intensive shipping, there are lots of ships, you cannot really expect to run on every ship, get on the chimney and actually do the measurement. The second thing is, I probably also don't need to mention, I mean, every presenter in the first part of the presentation mentioned drone application in one way or another. It is no different with shipping pollution measurement. And in here, drones are also very effective. With the applied gas sensors on top of the drones, measurements can be done remotely and effectively. However, they are limited. They are limited in a way that we can measure the concentration of exhaust gas plume, but not directly estimate quantitative emission, especially with application of alternative fuels where amount of carbon in the fuel is unknown or is not present at all. So in such cases, it becomes difficult and some solutions are necessary. There is another sector where measurement of emissions is difficult that is not in any way connected to shipping. It is the mining sector. In the mining sector, we have emission sources that are quite difficult to define. If you imagine it's large area that, for example, causes the rise in particular emission. But in their measurement is also an evaluation is necessary, and in there an interesting technique is used. It's called inverse dispersion, where you measure concentrations at different points, weather conditions, and essentially model dispersion in a reverse way by analyzing how much of pollutant should be emitted in order to create the change in concentration in environment that it caused. What we looked at is at the possibility to actually join these two technologies into one and to apply it effectively in shipping. This is the small example of some of our equipment, where for experimental measurements we're using DJI drone with the Sniffer 4D emission pollutant analyzer that is mounted on top of the drone and can measure concentration in about 1 measurement per second, and also attach spatial coordinates to each measurement point. So these are coordinate plus height. Yeah. Now, some of you may have seen this slide if you were here last year. We were just beginning to start this research in this direction. And I showed the slide. This was our first attempt. We were modeling dispersion of pollutant from a vessel, essentially taking a slice from the exhaust gas plume and using these slices as data points for training the neural network and creating a model that could predict what was the original emission based on the one slice of this plume, with the idea that in real-world application you could fly a drone through the plume, gather enough data, and use this data to estimate the emission. However, we were hit with the limitation in accuracy. The 2D pollutant model was not sufficient enough, and it was also limited by the range. So it was only acceptable, had only acceptable accuracy within a limited distances from the source. Any further or too close, and as you can see, the accuracy jumped, the inaccuracy jumped quite severely. To improve upon that, we moved a little bit further, and we started to working with three-dimensional exhaust gas plumes. So for the development of the new model, we use data from our engine test lab. Our lab consists of 2 engines, diesel generator and marine propulsion engine, Volvo Penta of 110 kilowatts. The exhaust from the lab goes through the roof, through the chimney, which is at about 14 meters height. So in a way, it sort of represents also the height of a chimney from a not big, but a vessel. Then we modeled the exhaust gas plume from this laboratory using GRAL dispersion model. We modeled the engine performance at 3 different loads and at different wind speeds. The plume was modeled in such a way to represent a three-dimensional representation of dispersion. We did that by modeling in parallel the plume dispersion at different heights from 11.9 to 19.9 meters with 1 meter step in between. And we also arranged the dispersion evaluation grid also on 1 meter by 1 meter grid density. So in such a way, we basically created a three-dimensional plume with a grid density of 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, that if you cut it, it would look something like this. Then each grid point was converted into data for the model, resulting in essentially a data archive that was about 55.4 million lines. When we trained our emission prediction model on this data, we achieved much greater accuracy. It was no longer sensitive to the distance, and it was basically 5% throughout the entire plume, which is quite good for the prediction model and for practical application. This is the visual render, how this data looked in the surrounding environment. Our second goal was to actually check how application of the drone would affect the accuracy. In more detail is how should we fly through the exhaust gas plume and whether the speed and the direction of flight would actually affect the accuracy of model prediction. At this point, we found that horizontal flight through the plume would actually improve model prediction accuracy, and we can reach 4% instead of 5, so by roughly 1. On the other hand, the number of points, so alternatively flying slow or flying fast, had negligible influence on the model, which was quite interesting results. There were changes, but they were not in a meaningful scale. Also, what I wanted to add that is not in the slide, I really wanted to make it with the experimental measurement because it was just the model. We have already done experimental tests, but we've done it later than we submitted this presentation. So, but the experiments are done. We're also planning the second experiment, so probably next year I will also show the practical experimental results also. So, thank you.
Christian, please. We have one question.
Yeah, thank you. It's amazing, very interesting presentation. And I actually have two things. One is question. I missed what is the physical principle of gas analyzer? So is it somehow different?
It is the same as normal gas analyzers. It works depending on the pollutant, either electrochemical or near infrared, depends on the pollutant, but it is basically the same.
Thank you. And another thing, just maybe as a suggestion, now it's very modern word, digital twin. So it's like a digital twin of a plume, and it can be also used in many other applications. So I think it's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have one question. What is the influence of propeller, the airspeed created by propeller performance to the sensors?
It is very interesting because I get this question asked almost every time I'm presenting this material.
So it's stable question. So
yes,
you have an answer.
Yes, very stable question, but I can answer it in 2 stages. First of all, the research that are being done, how to position the analyzer in relative to the drone, so that the blades and the wind would influence it least possible. So there are 2 ways that were found. One is on.
You hit a bit, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, maybe. And the second is by extending the probe outside of the drone. So these are the 2 top positions as a result. So our is on top. There are others in drones in the market that also have the extended outwards. But however, the influence is not that significant as it may seem, because the area in which we are measuring are quite large comparatively to the effect of the blade.
Thank you, Paulus. So, thank you.
Let's continue with the colleagues from Riga Technical University, Latvian Maritime Academy, Gandis Lauža, Dimitris Klimovs, Miroslavs Mališko. Challenges in ship hybrid systems.
A good day, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes.
It is really nice to meet you. I apologize that I was not able to arrive on site because I got some virus and got cold. And today I am going to present yes, just ship challenges with ship hybrid systems and research which we have started together with my colleagues Gundes Lauža, associate professor, and technical superintendent Dmitris Klimos. Greetings also to Lithuanian Maritime Academy. Several times I went on Erasmus training, mobility, conducted lectures at your university. It was such a great time experience, great colleagues, great students, and very good and highest level training equipment. So here we can see the contents of the presentation. First part will be as an introductory part, why we have chosen this topic. The practical part of the research so far will include the results of the some appraised vessels with the hybrid systems. So the main aims of the research are, first of all, to obtain information about challenges and maintenance requirements from vessels which with ship hybrid systems and seafarers who has or had experience. Then to analyze these systems, because presently there is three main types of systems and variety of system components. From that, it's necessary to create statistics about ships with hybrid systems, and it is also very important to assess whether sufficient training is provided for seafarers which are working on board this type of vessels, and also integrate hybrid system into maritime study courses and prepare students and also seafarers in advance before they join the vessel. And also it is very important to build possible cooperation with research institutes and maritime sector for system improvement and development in future. So the situation in the maritime transport in the world, you are already well familiar that every day there are becoming much stricter rules on preventing environmental pollution and reducing emissions, as colleagues mentioned about greenhouse gas reduction requirements to zero by 2050. Energy efficiency, improving energy efficiency and reducing fuel consumptions are also one of main methods to reduce emissions. Nowadays there are quite a lot of renewable energy resources, and alternative marine fuels as well, which are used on board already and also which are considered. So it's necessary to be flexible and prepared. And of course, there are much more stricter requirements for seafarer training and competence with new alternative fuel systems and technologies for ships. And EMSA, European Maritime Safety Agencies, has also provided guidelines for the training. So here you can see several methods how to reduce emissions from ships, as colleagues mentioned, to connect ship during port stay to shore power supply, and also a lot of the different type of ships require the different type of different values of power and also the different values of voltages and frequencies. Therefore, shore power, it's also a challenge to create suitable. Use of alternative fuels, LNG, methanol, and ammonia, liquefied natural gas is already used on board vessels with dual fuel engine systems. Methanol is already starting, and ammonia is the experimental engines are produced. And of course, electrification, which consists of classic diesel electric propulsion, which is already in service 30-40 years, use of hybrid systems, and use of fully electrical vessels. So here you can see the ship with classic diesel electric layout, where we have diesel generators which are providing electrical power, and this electrical power is supplied through frequency drives to propulsion electrical motors. Electrical propulsion ensures high efficiency ratio, more than 90%, high maneuverability, lower vibration, also possibility to run on reduced load, but with one motor, and also not depending on the load, it is not necessary to operate all diesel generators. Therefore, emissions are reduced. Also, size of a propulsion motor is considerably smaller than a conventional diesel engine. So, and then we'll be talking about ship hybrid systems. So what does hybrid electrical power supply combine? It combines diesel generators and or shaft generators with energy storage systems. And energy storage systems in most cases include batteries, and in some cases can be hydrogen fuel cells. But no, supercapacitors are also considered as an energy source, or this photovoltaic energy, but not yet so frequent. This is layout of hybrid propulsion. There is main two-stroke engine and also shaft generator motor, and then this system can operate on the motor independently on reduced RPM, and also also in case of emergency, and in parallel together with the main engine by reducing the engine load and respectively emissions. And then when ship is at sea, shaft generator will provide power and supply ship with electricity, and it will not be necessary to use diesel generators. Another type of hybrid system is electrical propulsion with hybrid power supply, and here you can see Viking Lady, which was retrofitted with energy storage systems in 2015, and was equipped with battery pack of power capacity 450 kilowatt hours, and also hydrogen fuel cells. Hydrogen in this case is used to produce electricity, and then advantages of such system that this energy storage system can operate in parallel with the diesel generators, and reduce the load on the diesel generators, reduce fuel consumption, respectively emissions, and also can operate independently in case of emergency. So this blackout possibility is also reduced. And the third type of hybrid system is electrical propulsion with hybrid electrical power, where you can see here batteries, and here you have internal combustion engine connected through a gear, and shaft motor generator, again a hybrid system. And for short voyages between ports, this ferry can run fully on electricity. In order to assess the existing hybrid systems on vessels, we have created following questionnaire which focuses on the system parameters, experience feedback, and the main challenges with the systems on these ships. And possibly it was possible to obtain results from 5 ships. Here you can see this layout of the questionnaire. So first question, what type of hybrid system on board, then this battery or energy system parameters, and the electrical system parameters, and then the experience feedback from seafarers working with the systems. So we were able to get information from 2 jack-up type vessel, 1 general cargo vessel, 1 platform supply vessel, and 1 research survey vessel. So Dmitry Klimov works as a superintendent, and one of his general cargo vessels has also this hybrid propulsion system, and we were able to join the vessel and see the system with our own eyes. So we have the diesel engine, which is through reduction gear connected to the propeller shaft and shaft motor generator. So it can operate as a generator and also as a motor. And we have a battery storage, energy storage system consists of lithium-ion batteries. And presently, you see that the load on the batteries is 20 kilowatts. It's not much, but still it's reducing load on mine diesel generator. And main experience feedback that in ice mode operation, main engine can operate with the shaft motor, and the shaft motor gives extra 300 kilowatts. Energy storage systems ensures parallel operation with the diesel generator. The generators reducing power consumption and load on the generator and fuel consumption. Autonomous battery operation can be up to 4 hours, and it means also that the blackout possibility in such vessel is reduced up to 0, yes, because these batteries are always in operation unless some fault with the system. This also gives this system also has advantages that mechanical systems components like fuel system components like fuel pumps, this wear is reduced, and also maintenance periods are reduced because also load on this fuel system is smaller. This Dmitry asked that also to add from mechanical part. So you can see here battery packs operating in parallel, and they are all offering same state of charge. And here you can see this battery voltage. So another vessel we were able to analyze is a jackup type vessel. On one of them is a high voltage system. Generators produced 11 kilowatt power voltage, and 11 kilowatt voltage, 60 hertz frequency, but and here you see this DC system, direct current system, and here are battery packs connected. This energy storage system I highlighted, and their voltage is 1000 volts. So the system is very complicated because a lot of components like necessary converters which operate in inverter mode when to convert direct current into alternating current. Also, the ship is equipped with the azipods and the dynamic positioning and electrical propulsion. So, research survey vessel also equipped with the electrical propulsion system. So here are main propulsion electrical motors, and here you can see this battery storage system, and here are main diesel generators. So one can operate in parallel with the generators. Also, ships is equipped with shore supply power. And these battery systems can also operate during shore power. No, if ship is equipped with such functions, so in case of shore power loss, the batteries can provide power supply. So this is the summary of battery parameters and generator parameters. So you see that generator and electrical power plant voltages can be very different depending on vessel and power requirements. In our cases, it was 400 volts, 690, and 11 kilovolts. In one case, in one type of jack-up vessel, it was 1000 voltage direct current rectifier connected to the generator output. And here are a summary of battery voltage capacity and power capacity. Battery voltages and power capacity. So what main challenges are raised from research on hybrid system is first of all integration of battery energy storage system with vessel power management system and propulsion control, and especially during dynamic positioning, maneuvering and sudden load changes, and also monitoring system. Special attention is required for thermal management, ventilation, converter cooling, and continuous monitoring of battery cell condition. So even if vessel would have classic diesel electric propulsion, this converter cooling also was always very important. A lot of fans, additional radiators, and of course fire safety, because lithium-ion batteries electrolyte by burning and is producing oxygen and providing fire with the oxygen. And it's important to protect and monitor batteries in advance. Spare part.
Dear Miroslavs, sorry, we are running out of time, so kindly I request you move
yes, we will
to the conclusions.
I apologize about the timekeeping. Yes, so it's many power electronics and also spare parts availability is limited. And companies do conduct seafarer training. It was mentioned in most of the cases of appraised vessels. And this training includes high voltage safety, battery management system, and of course isolation procedure, and of course in actions in case of overheating of the batteries. So main advantages of the hybrid systems that the emissions are considerably reduced. These numbers were taken from other researchers. Yes, our main research is focused at this point on this challenges and the system design, and also improve system safety, that it's possible to for the batteries to work in autonomous mode. It's especially important for specialized vessels like diver support vessels, which need to be in one position permanently. And main disadvantages, of course, is fire hazard of lithium batteries, high initial investment, and complicated systems, a lot of power converters. So my main conclusions that systems can differ. It is possible to modernize existing ships. There are class societies with the guidelines established already, and they reduce emissions and fuel consumptions. And companies provide training. It is the most important. And main proposals is to ensure appropriate training and teaching already in advance by integrating in the topics in the study courses, cooperate with the universities which research lithium batteries, energy sources, and semiconductor technology for development and safety enhancement, and cooperate and work together with the shipping companies on hybrid system component improvement. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Miroslav. Thank you for your detailed presentation. And the last one before the lunch will be the PhD student from Klaipėda University, Benas. He will represent
digital twins as a tool for ship engine research.
Benas, so you are a student from technical area, so from technical field. So, yeah, save our life. Okay.
Okay, so thank you for having me. And as I said, okay. Let's not repeat. Okay, let's get to the point. So yeah, what is a digital twin? So it's a virtual copy of a physical object or a system that is constantly updated with data, and it has a lot of advantages, and like for real-time monitoring, troubleshooting, maintaining, so on and so on. So there are a few types of digital twins. First one is digital model, just like it says. It's just a model of a physical object with no automatic data flow. Then there is the shadow, which is only a one-way automatic data flow, and of course the digital twin, which is bidirectional data flow, and that's where it's most useful. So research relevance, as you heard from our colleagues, yeah, the ships transport 90% of international cargo, consume about 400 million tons of fuel per year. And of course, International Maritime Organization has set ambitious targets like 50% reduction in greenhouse emissions by 2050. And there are, of course, a lot of challenges, like in the engine, there's like very hot and where the pressure are very high, so we cannot place sensors and data complexity and so on and so on. So what are the applications? Yeah, virtual prototyping, emission control, predictive maintenance, personalized solutions, cost savings. Of course, we have to integrate AI into the research because it's the new thing. And firstly, of course, we use 1D models with data-driven AI. Then we can apply machine learning. So, of course, we needed to so it needs to respect the physical laws and thermodynamic laws. Then it can use the machine learning to predict the unknown and all the gaps on the black boxes, and place virtual sensors in the engine so we have all the required parameters. So as you have seen this photo from my supervisor, this is the Volvo Penta 5-cylinder 2.4-liter diesel engine, and it's connected to a synchronous motor-driven dynamometer. And yeah, this is going to be my main research object in my PhD studies. So the simplified working diagram, so I just take the baseline parameter from the engine, plug them in into one-dimensional model for fast accuracy, then refine the unknowns through machine learning software and plug it into like MATLAB Simulink. And of course, this is a loop, a closed loop, so this is what makes this digital twin. So yeah. About the software, I'm going to use AVL Cruise and FireM as a fundamental thermodynamic and mechanical structure. For the machine learning layer, I'm going to use Neural Designer. And the final integration is going to be possibly MATLAB, just to be determined. And my approach is going to be just a conclusion, like I'm going to use a zero-dimensional, one-dimensional physics models as a backbone, then enhance them with ML, then optimize the sensors for effective monitoring, and of course create fuel flexible algorithms for the alternative fuels, and of course validate everything on the actual test bench. And in conclusion, yeah, digital twins aren't just a tool, they are the future of sustainable maritime R&D. And of course there are a lot of advantages, like with the new AI and everything. Okay, I'm not gonna read, like we can go to lunch. Thank you for attention. Any questions? Yeah, this is...
Really, if you have any questions, so please ask.
Or you can ask at lunch.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, as a technician student, so just direct, clear. Yeah.
So let's have lunch now. All the guests are invited in our mess room downstairs. I think that most of you already know where it is. For those who didn't know, we will accompany you. So we will come back after lunch at 1:35. See you.
plastic weather. Discussing current events. I'll take my time. I'm not the forward thinker. You read my mind. Better to leave it unsaid. Why can't I leave it unsaid? You know I talk too much. Honey, come put your lips on mine and shut me up. We can blame it all human nature. Stay cool, it's just a kiss. So why you gotta be so talkative? I talk too much. We talk too much. You know my type, type up across the table. I can't keep holding my breath. New wave, no time. Red velvet under pressure. Blah blah. Green eyes, I never leave it unsaid. Why can't I leave it unsaid? You know I talk too much. Honey, come put your lips on mine and shut me up. We can blame it all human nature. Stay cool, it's just a kiss. So why you gotta be so talkative? I talk too much. We talk too much. Silence is golden, and you got my hopes up. We talk too much. No hesitation. What are we waiting for? We talk too much. You know I gotta have it. Whoa. So I rifled through the cabinet with a crooked moan. Kinda queasy on the red ones, so I took all of the blue ones. Feeling hotter than a glue gun. I said it's go, go, go. I hold hands with cosmic entities. I take this to ride if I please. I got this sweet tooth, baby. Yeah, I got this sweet tooth, baby. It started with a whisper, and that was when I kissed her, and then she made my lips hurt. I could hear the chit chat. Take me to your love shack. Mama's always got a backtrack when everybody talks back. Everybody talks, everybody talks, everybody talks, everybody talks, everybody talks, everybody talks. Everybody plays a beautiful game while I'm in Brazil. Cause it's all you've ever wanted, and it's all that you want still. Don't you wanna play the beautiful game out in Brazil? I wanna play the beautiful game while I'm in Brazil. Cause everybody plays the beautiful game out in Brazil. And it's all you ever wanted, and it's all that you want still. Don't you wanna play the beautiful game out in Brazil? I heard it lives down a river somewhere. The 6 cars and a grizzly bear. Hey, got eyes, but he can't see. Well, he talks like an angel, but he looks like me. Yeah. I heard it lives down a river somewhere. With 6 cars and a grizzly bear. Hey, got eyes, but he can't see. Well, he talks like an angel, but he looks like me. Why don't you calm down, for crying out loud? I'm losing it lately. I'm young and I'm dumb, I live and I learn. Yeah, what's the hurry now? What's the hurry now? Black in the eyes, back in my mind, so saturated. Going to bed, the girl in my head. Yeah, I really feel it now. Yeah, I really feel it now. What a feeling, what am I feeling? I can't ever seem to make up my mind. No, what does that say about me? Oh, what does that say? I trying to do it right. I've been living a lonely life. I've been sleeping here instead. I've been sleeping in my bed. Sleeping in my bed. So show me family, all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong. But I can write a song. I belong with you, you belong with me, my sweetheart. I belong with you, you belong with me, my sweetheart. I don't think you're right for him. Think of what it might have been if you took a bus to Chinatown. I'd be standing on Canal and Bowery. She'd be standing next to me. I belong with you, you belong with me, my sweetheart. I belong with you, you belong with me, my sweetheart. Love, we need it now. Let's hope for some. Somewhere bleeding now. I belong with you, you belong with me, my sweetheart. I belong with you, you belong with me, my sweetheart. I should move, cause New York is getting muddy out. There's LA, but it's always kinda sunny out. And I don't wanna hurt no more, so I set my bar real low. I'm A-okay, I'm A-okay. You say it, but you just don't mean it. You're so insane, you're so insane. Shut up and just enjoy this feeling. Don't you love it, don't you love it? No, I ain't happy yet, but I'm way less sad. Don't you love it, don't you love it? No, I ain't happy yet, but I'm way less sad. I wake up and I'm not so mad at Twitter now. Living sucks, but it's sucking just a little now. And I don't wanna cry no more, so I set my bar real low. I'm A-okay, I'm A-okay. You say it, but you just don't mean it. You're so insane, you're so insane. Shut up and just enjoy this feeling. Don't you love it, don't you love it? No, I ain't happy yet, but I'm way less sad. Don't you love it, don't you love it? No, I ain't happy yet, but I'm way less sad. I may be wrong, I may be wrong. It's stupid, but it's all I have. Don't you love it, don't you love it? No, I ain't happy yet, but I'm way less sad. Well, I can't fall asleep and I'm losing my mind, 'cause it's 3:30 and my brain's on fire. I've been counting sheep, but the sheep all died. And I'm trying too hard, but I can't not try. Well, I can't fall asleep and I'm losing my mind, 'cause it's 3:30 and my brain's on fire. I've been counting sheep, but the sheep all died. And I'm not dead
hello, Lucas. Oh,
Hello, hello, how are you hear me?
yes, we are hearing you very well. So,
Okay, thank you.
Lucas, our constant participant, let me, can you hear us?
Yes, we can go.
Yeah. So,
can I share the screen or are you going to share?
yeah, please share your screen, but before my colleague will introduce you.
Okay.
Lucas Dobrovolsky from Marshal's Office of the Pomeranian Voivodeship, and the title will be Pomorske Specializes in Offshore Renewable Energy.
Are you seeing my presentation? Hello, everybody. I'm working in Pomorsky region, in self-government of the Pomorsky Voivodeship. I have opportunity to manage the energy transition unit in the development department, and our key activity is creating, moderating the Pomeranian platform for the development energy in the Baltic Sea region. And short overview over economic. So we are still second growth Polish region. R&D expanded region, we are third place in Poland. Also third place in mid-sized European region for future in FDA and on FDA strategy. And we have got 2.3 million inhabitants. So we not so big voivodeship, so big region, but very productive one. We have got two important seaports, Gdańsk and Gdynia, now with the number of 58 port connection service, 22 countries all over the world, 13 are from Asia, and the numbers of the transport. Transshipped containers, 3.2 million, maximum volume cargo ship, 24 kilo TEU, and transshipped cargo, 104 million tons, so quite big numbers. But let's go to our Pomeranian platform for the development. We interrupt 150 stakeholders from different sectors, representing industry, ports, logistics, universities, NGOs, first sectors, and the scope of cooperation, support interrupters, developing, sorry for developing economic context, preparation for staff is very important to bring together supporting SMEs and preparation of staff to do it in the same time, in the same level, but in different activities. We're supporting the development and of use regional research development potential, conducting information activities, supporting the building social awareness. We also active partner in the interregional programs. In last year, we finished support and realization the Elbe Euro clusters. Oh, something goes wrong, but sorry for that. Okay, we was here. In this time, we give support, and interesting in this times, we have got company from Estonia, which got 2.5 euro support for internationalizations. Now we are doing another project, Renew Booster project. It is focused in offshore renewable energy, photovoltaics, and grids, together with clusters from Denmark, Norway, Spain, France, and Bulgaria, representing 1,000 of SMEs. We decided to financial support product innovation to reduce dependence of critical inputs and technologies and diversity supply chain, and also green and digital transition. So impact, resilience, competitiveness, digital transformation, green transformation, long-term cross-border and European Union cooperation. This is our aims. Now we are going to have first call from European SMEs. We opened this call 27 February and the deadline is 28 April. And we are focused on first call, we are focused in reducing dependency on critical materials, as I said, strengthening European Union industrial activities in renewable energy value chains, accelerating the green and digital transition, supporting the objective of the Net Zero Industry Act, and also critical raw materials. This is very important exactly in this time that we have got another cut of supply chains. So we see as a part of European Union of the Baltic countries that if we have got a shorter supply chain, it's better for the economy, better for the energy, and give us energy independence, energy safety. And this program, this project is directly focused in this impact, in this aim. Here you have got the QR code that you directly go to the page of application form. It's open, it's very simple. In our LinkedIn program, we have got video from the webinar that we show how to go through the application process. And this is it. I suppose you scan this code. I hope that you catch it. The Justas and friends from Klaipėda University has got presentation and they are going to share with you. And let's go back to our ecosystem seaports. It's small ports of Łeba, Władysławowo, and Łuska. There will be maintenance operation service ports, the small one. For CTV unit from the operation monitoring of the wind farms. The first wind farms from the Orlen is growing on the Baltic Sea region. When you go to the beach, you can see in the horizon the small wind turbines, which are not small. And how looks local content? So we have got possibility of the specialization vessels, cobble layers, jackups, OSV, LNG powered vessels, but also CTV cruisers, hydro construction, maritime construction, rotor sail elements, steel construction, foundation, substation, other offshore construction. So this is how it's going. The first Polish local content has got awareness about 20% of all investment. So it's not so big, not so bad. So we, in the first stage of development of offshore wind, we were learning how to prepare the public procurement, how to support the SMEs, how to support the shipyards, to give them knowledge, to well prepared from the calls, from the construction, from the suppliers, for the supply lines. It's not so easy. We need a lot of talks, a lot of webinars, a lot of hard work in the working groups, preparing. And what we have got Siemens Gamesa, Stogda, PGZ, Kongsberg, Christ, the most relevant or the flag of the Polish local content nowadays. They are interested, they are investment in the offshore constructions. And the biggest factory started working in September 2025. You can see the Baltic Towers, which is responsible for the building huge tower construction for the sea windmills. It's located in Gdańsk, in Ostrów. They are working from the construction from the PG Baltica, Baltic Industry Group, another company located in the Gdańsk, building sea substation for Baltic power projects. This is amount of power, and last year we have got first tier 1 contract which signed it from BC Wind. I know BC Wind is investment in your area of the Klaipėda, and they decided to choose Polish company Christ Offshore Shipyard to project productions the sea substation fully development. It's going to start work in the end of next year. The process is ongoing. I hope and keep finger crossed because it's huge promotion impact from our industry local content, and it's building awareness to Polish companies, to our sectors, to our supply chains located in the region from the huge developers. So this is it. Thank you from my side. If you have any question, please.
Thank you, Lucas. Maybe we have questions from audience? Maybe not. So
If
thank
not,
you
it was
again,
great.
Lucas, that find some time. I know you are visiting our events. So
Always.
thank you for being stable according to our requirements to participate in our conference. So thank you. We will meet each other, I think, so next year. Okay.
Thank you. I hope
Bye. Thank you.
I can came personally to your conference. It always be great pleasure and to support you, to share the information about our market and learn what happened on your region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
For the next presentation, I would like to invite our partner, Artur Trush, a representative of OG Crew, on topic offshore wind energy, human resources, challenges and opportunities.
Hello, yeah, you can hear me now very well. Again, maybe I'll try this way. Okay, I think we're good to go. So it's going to be a little bit different topic from myself. I'll briefly introduce what I'm representing and the field of expertise. First of all, I'm the co-owner of OG Group, which is based across Europe and actually worldwide. That's going to be the next slide. And also I'm a chairman of Klaipėdas and Lithuanians crewing companies and associations. Technically, everything related to human resources is where we stand as experts for the last 13 years. And this topic is about the transition that's happening in the market, in the human resource market, lately, last decade, let's say, and what's going to happen. This is about the offshore wind energy and how human resources are related to it and what opportunities we can get out of it. As Lithuania as a country and the Baltic states as a state and Europe. Briefly, the company-wise, you can see the structure of our company. Just to just emphasize the size of it and the expertise we got from all over the world. We're based in Riga, Latvia, in Poland, Szczecin, in Croatia, Rijeka. In UK, recently opened office in Cardiff. We're also based in Caribbean, and we have office in Indonesia, as well as other related services within our company. It's a good site map of our location worldwide. So we're concluding the experience not only from Baltics but all over the world, and we closely monitor the trends in the human resource development, and also we do a giving advisory to the government institutions and work closely with the academies and training centers. The offshore wind is a huge thing to come in years, and there's ambitions in Europe and ambitions in Lithuania for 2030 and 2050. EU targets by 2030 is 111 gigawatts and 317 gigawatts by 2050 of wind energy power to be produced, which is 45% of all consumption as of today. Poland ambitions is not less. It's about 5.9 gigawatts. With Lithuanian ambition was set up to 1.4 gigawatts in offshore wind by 2030. We saw that from presentations heard and from the media that the Polish market is already moving. Actually, we do have a company called Sima Baltic that is closely involved in that development as well and work closely. Next is to come Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, I believe, but it's always other limitations and factors that can be as an obstacle. But I will call it just a time obstacle, not a big problem, because now we have, I think, first project confirmed, but some delays are happening, and I believe that by 2030 everything will ramp up here. So that demand of development in offshore wind energy requires a huge demand of skilled and experienced and trained personnel, both in Europe and in Baltics. And that concerns not only serving classical vessels that are going to work in operation, but also serving engineering part, serving logistical part, and long-term maintenance part. The challenges we are facing now on all the development is on all phases of this path of wind energy, let's say, development. It's a development phase where the project engineers are required, environmental specialists and maritime survey teams, while establishing the new areas and learning them. It's a construction and installation phase that lots of offshore technicians required, specific vessels with specific vessel crews and experience, heavy lifting capabilities of construction site offshore. And then in the years to come, all this offshore wind energy, based on experience we see in the Dutch and UK sectors, there will be lots of wind turbine technicians required for service, maintenance, and after installation phase in years to come. And it creates jobs, talking about opportunities, to create jobs for 20 or 30 years to come. The key roles on offshore wind relies heavily on marine-based operations, meaning that such institutions as the Maritime Academy, the maritime education and maritime environment is a sole fundamental, let's say, bracket for future successful operations of any kind of development in offshore energy. Especially we talk about key roles such as crew for installation vessels in marine coordinations and offshore supervisors. The high demand of technical specialists is felt today and is going to be only bigger and wider years to come. And this is what we have to recognize today by implementing our strategic development goals in aspects of recruitment, aspects of training personnel, and aspects of education of academies and training centers. Talking about challenges and the shortage, I'm coming out from the statistics of, let's say, maritime world, but it reflects the future of all offshore environment. The current shortage today is about 27,000 skilled officers worldwide. Now we are facing. With overall close to 100,000, which is 90,000 of seafarers needed by this year. This is actually the highest shortage within the last 20 years recorded. And demand is, I would say, demand is for all kind of specialities, but specifically everything related to engineering and technical specialties like engineers, electrotechnical officers, and of course officers for LNG and propane gas, methanol gas carriers, and the new types of engines. The forecast is not even better. The shortage will remain by 2030 and will reach 100,000 for sure. On top of shortage of regular and classic fleet, we have decarbonization requirements that changes the shipping we see now, and modernization is now going increasingly fast. We see more and more new builds coming up with specific engines that require specialists with the knowledge of alternative fuels, and that requires additional training, additional experienced people, and so on. Specialized force shortage for wind energy. It's many professions that are missing nowadays, and Europe's sector, supported by almost 500,000 jobs by 2024, projected to reach 600,000 specialist requirement by 2030, which is 36 to 40% increase, with additional need of 164,000 additional jobs by 2030 just in Europe. Wind energy skills shortage as today. We need 7,500 blade technicians Europe-wide, 6,500 field engineers, and more than 5,000 support technicians. And the positions and the shortages for positions, you see just some of them. It's not all of them. And mainly related to technical positions, such as you can see on the screen at the moment. Besides the shortage of skilled personnel, we have training gaps. The problem exists that the GWO is not still worldwide recognized organization and needs the implementation in institutions like academies and training centers worldwide, meaning the previously stated demand and requirements of offshore wind energy. So here we have to speak with the educational institutions, with governments, to bring the message of support required to implement educational requirements and implementations. Also, the problem we see today is the aging workforce. It is the reality of nowadays shipping, and we have to deal with that on top of other challenges of shortage of skilled personnel. The investment is also kind of fluctuating factor and instability in that field, especially when we talk about geopolitical aspects. But years to come, it will dissolve with the support of EU. And in the next slide, I would like to briefly show the differences between STCW required classic fleet let's say, certification and training versus the wind energy required certification and the amount of certification. On the screen, you see that Maritime Classic officers and ratings positions. This slide shows the positions on specific vessels that are required to be besides the classical STCW certified officers and ratings on deck. So you can see amount of people required on the vessels that operates in such field, and it's twice as classical on top. The requirements are plenty for offshore, not only wind energy stated here, but besides the ISTCW, there is OPITO, GWO, IMCAS, PAROS, and IRATA requirements implemented in the offshore industry. And those have to be implemented in the training programs and educational systems across Europe. And you can see the list of certificates required just for one rating, let's say one of the most common positions, rigger, and amount of certification he has to possess to work offshore. And to emphasize, this is not ISTCW, it's on top of it. Similar for officers, like a dynamic positioning operator that works on walk-to-walk vessel or similar offshore field vessel or construction vessel, the amount of certification is enormous. And all of those are supported by the companies or by self-sustained employees from their own pocket to train themselves to be able to work in such field. All that requirements creates the opportunities. Lots of jobs to come. And as previously mentioned, global demand is more than 500,000 plus jobs by 2030, and 164,000 jobs openings years to come in Europe. Opportunities created to reskill the personnel from oil and gas as well as from maritime positions to wind energy. It's a cross-sector migration programs are already in place, and not only in the let's see, governmental institutions, but also between the crew management companies, between the vessel operators, in cooperation with training centers. This is ongoing reality nowadays. Of course, STEM education and maritime schools are part of it, and I think, and as far as I know, the Maritime Academy Vilnius Tech is having a program for such implementations and going together with the future and offering the students that kind of education and knowledge and training. The diversity is one of the other opportunities that wind sectors offers the chance to reset the norms. Yes, the girls are normal, not only in offshore industry becomes, but also part of the classical fleet now. More and more companies are leaning towards that. And it's when 30 or 50 years ago, woman was a bad sign on ship, today is a really good sign on ship. Yeah, international collaboration, it's really an important factor and key to a future success of using the opportunities created by the job creation in wind energy sector. This is not a statement that comes from theoretical knowledge, but from personal experience, because we work across with other associations related to wind energy, and we work with even competitors to join the forces for a combined project that one company is not able to carry on or sustain. Opportunities for technological innovations. We can see that not only oil and gas, but also wind energy has a lot of unique technological breakthroughs developed for various kinds of reasons, but that brings the innovation towards other sectors in the maritime business. So this is something really I'm excited to see year to year. There's new things coming up that being implemented or found as innovation, and that can implement it in the future fleet worldwide for maritime industry overall. What solutions we can bring to sustain the demand, force the challenges, and to make opportunities happen? Well, expanding maritime and technical training capacity. This is one of the most important key factors where all players has to bring on to the same basket. It's government, it's academies, it's companies that invest, it's field developers and offshore wind energy sector holders orientated to build up the skillful personnel, either by transition or training or hiring new people from outside. we have to implement VR-based training and learning, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is happening as we speak. This year there were a few IMO holdings to implement the VR training to reduce the sea time service in the education period, which will be implemented in STCW. So we are talking about future already. And VR-based learning is something that is going to be a normal in days to come. Cross-sector talent transfer, more and more skillful personnel will just migrate, and our mission and I think the most important understanding to realize that nowadays skilled personnel can transit from classical, let's say, container ship to complicated cable layer if he's a skilled and trained person. It's not like he will work his whole life on container ship. So recognition of cross-sector talent transfer is extremely important to implement across all the sectors and types of vessels. Regional maritime education reform, integration of offshore renewables into Maritime Academy. It's not a secret that it's happening here, as I mentioned, but something still lacking and missing in Baltics. For example, dynamic positioning for the vessels is really common across Europe, but not in all Baltic states, and I think that's something to come in educational. Dual degree or hybrid programs, well, a good example is Netherlands. They have a dual degree still ongoing and still in use, and it's handy for such professions like offshore wind energy. And of course, we have to promote Baltic Sea regional cooperation to recognize certifications and training facilities across. We have to improve conditions for people that are working. It's not only about the safety, which is of course the top priority, but it's also living conditions of people. The salaries needs to be predictable and stable. Mental health support, is standard of MLC convention and with what we are all looking for. But looking at the picture of guy on the rope above the sea, we can understand how dangerous this work is, how skillful this should be, and how much of training and safety awareness people have to have in that kind of job. Then we have to attract youth and all that groups from the people are born and in schools. So that means the understanding of requirement of years to come in offshore wind energy have to be somehow promoted in schools. We have to put the message across that there are opportunities, there are good salaries, there are lots of stable jobs to come, and this has to be promoted within the schools from youth. And surely promoting women in maritime and wind energy. I personally gave several interviews on a woman subject, and I think the woman on board is a really good sign, because you will have a really organized ship and everyone will listen to a woman. Standardization and harmonization of certifications. This is what we also, as an association, fighting for. Because simple example, even STCW still really differently interpreted in each EU flag state. STCW is something standard, and every country puts on top their own requirements. Bureaucracy, hardening lives of seafarers, that has to come off. Facing demand and requirements of nowadays shipping industry, we have to ease up. We have to bureaucratize and make life easier for seafarers with their recertification and training requirements. And of course, invest in automation, digital competences is something about nowadays world unimaginable, and this is the, of course, obligation of those companies that are building the new fields and responsible for offshore wind energy sector overall. Local workforce and emerging markets. Yes, we have to open up in our mindset that we have to accept other skillful personnel coming in from the third party, third world countries, let's put this way, outside EU, because we will never reach a demand, we will never match a demand that is created here by 2030. And the legislation process has to be in place and in time for that demand. Just to conclude, this is where I'm going to repeat the statement which I started from. Offshore wind energy brings a lot of requirements, challenges, but again gives opportunities. So we have to look at it as something is coming here and creates a new environment of success for our future people, not only in Lithuania but in Baltics and in Europe. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? So
thank you.
No, thank you. I'm always have one and keep maybe two. So maybe I can have your opinion about how the unmanned vessels could impact the demand of such huge numbers of seafarers' demand.
Well, first of all, I have had a thesis on that subject for my master degree. So the unmanned shipping will never happen worldwide with the years of 50 years to come. Impossible. Just of other countries not implementing such things, and such China, India, and Far East, they are far away from that. Local inland shipping, European trade shipping, yes, partially happening. However, this implementation from officer side does not release the amount of and demand required of officers for that kind of jobs, because remote operation is operator behind the screen making sure the system are working, and technicians are serving the ship that comes alongside for the maintenance period. So same again, we have similar demand of people, slightly less on deck maintenance.
So I think so for the GWO specialists, there is no any activity remotely or
no.
Nothing. Yes,
no, same as we talk about AI implementation, artificial intelligence. Yes, it will give an advisory role, administrational role, but the hands that needs to be on small screws or repair mechanisms, you will never replace them. So far, I don't see it happening in years to come.
So offshore sector is quite secure from not a digitalization, but from artificial intelligence.
Not only offshore, but maritime overall, because there is like cross-talent transition will happen in those positions that will be now required. But the offshore industry in years to come, and I'm taking trends from the most modern oil and gas research vessels or drill ships that operates in the most extreme conditions. Those always will be demanding on skillful and qualified personnel.
Thank you, Turas. Oh.
It's okay. My name is Rima Mitskiene. I'd like to ask Arturas. I want to have a promise from you. As we have partners, Ignitis Group, where are you, Vaiva? Already disappear. And with Ignitis Group, we starting our program, offshore wind power engineering, and we are going to prepare offshore wind technicians and also unmanned vehicle operators. And I'd like you to promise that you help us with the internship place and the specialist from practice side, from company, to help our students to understand. Are you ready?
Well, of course, Rima, because our headquarters located in Lithuania, so our primary partner is Maritime Academy. This is where I graduated 20 years ago, by the way. This year is 20 years since I graduated this place. It's not only about the promise to have apprenticeship, because we do have now a lot of apprentices across our ship owner vessels, but it's a compulsory condition to meet future requirements. And all principles we work with in the development of offshore wind energy across Europe will be only welcoming such students to give them not only apprenticeship, but also a job.
Very good. We have 30 first-year students, and please finger cross that they successfully graduate. Thank you, Arturas.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Eriks Zingis, Latvian Maritime Academy of Riga Technical University. New electronical navigational charts, standard C100, standard content and implementation challenges.
Firstly, I will try to speak without the technical support, yes, because in my everyday life I'm speaking for the big auditorium and for me much easier to hear my echo from the peoples on the ice, not reverberation from the electronical systems. So when we decided our topics with my colleagues, Svetlana Ismailova, I was recognized, yes, not recognized, but insofar almost 15 years ago, 16 years ago, in 2010, the IMO decided to implement and to prepare the new electronical systems for the ships. And suddenly we decided the new era of the navigation starts. And actually, our officers and our teachers are not prepared for this era. The new system is quietly in the same part. They show the same, but in different way. There are advantages and disadvantages of inventing new system. This one is working. Thank you. I hope everything is hearing me. It's normal. Yes. Okay. So the first of all, small. Yes. Also, when I prepared this presentation, the full speech for this presentation lasts more than 50 minutes. Don't scare. My finger is working quite fast, and I just highlight the several main things what is important in our point of view. So this is more, how to say, brief in the existed navigational chart standards as 57, and we use it more than 30 years without some general improvements of the system. Advantages and disadvantages. Disadvantage of the existed system as 57 in the third generation. This is static picture, actually. No dynamic, no reaction on the real situation on the sea. But in nowadays, our cargo ships are going bigger and bigger. The cargo itself is going more expensive. And now we need to understand and to see the real situation, not situation during the hydrographic survey happened, but right now. Next one, problem is, for the new standard, for the old standard, EGDI system, we are able to create some extra information and be able to put this extra information on the screen. But we realize this like also was static and not, how to say, cross-changed with the main maps. This is standard. Try to find several differences between the paper maps. Actually, no, yeah, the same, what we see. Some also different relations of the S57 standards and the new standard. The new standard was, we start to implementate in the year 2000, and in this 1st of January this year, the new era starts. Now we have a 3-year for new standard implementation. Actually, I asked several, even masters and the chiefs from the ship, what could you say about the new standard? And the answer was only one. What? Explain me. I am not speaking also about the students who is not understanding what has happened in real life. But in real life, the standard as 100 standard is more and more, how to say, complicated. And we need the higher education from the, for our students and for our graduates. Here is the additional complex of the S100, because S100 is just a, how to say, framework for the different standards, what of different, how to say, sub-programs working together. They are highlight more important, in my opinion, for the first stage for implementation. So, S101 electronic navigation charts at ease, with the possibility to cooperate with another programs. 102 bathymetric surface, dynamic in the real time. We are planning our passage from one port to another port, and during the planning process, we are operating in the data, former data, but we need the data for the port of arrival, we need the data for exact time. This bathymetric surface is providing us such kind of information. Water level information, online information about the real level, real depth. Sure, we need a special equipment for measuring, transferring, receiving, and so on, but this is possible to realize in this new standard. Surface currents in different way. Very important for tugging, very important for maneuvering in the narrow waters. Maritime boundaries and maritime zones. Yes, is not fast change information, but anyway, we are able to operate and have, how to say, warning and alarms from the system. One of the most important navigation warning systems. Maritime traffic management now is in the not so, how to say, developed, but it's very important to have on this bridge, to have in-time information about the situation in the areas. Keel clearance management. And also in the future is going here the new standard. Also this standard is 201, but this is not only one standard, not only one product, but this is a group of the products what is cover the different in future information about the navigation systems located on the ground and on the sea. For example, new version of ice systems. Oops. Shortly, digital data sets, so on, so on. Oh, time is running. Sorry. Oh, please stop me in time, because like a teacher, I'm able to speak at least 8 hours a year. Yes, but
You have 10 minutes, so
only. Sorry. Okay. This is different areas of influence during the new standard implementation. So, highlighted, in my opinion, most important information. The S100, this is universal data model to provide more flexible structure. What does it mean? Be able to put in more and more systems, layers, and data. Sure, we are going to speak about the problems, about the too many datas, probably. How we got it? Do we have resources? Or is just only commercial from the Mr. Musk? Because we need a wide range wide range data transferring and receiving. Okay, near the sea, near the coastline, probably not a problem, but in open sea? Yes, somebody says, oh, being in open sea, I don't need to know information what happened in the coast. Why not? I'm planning. I should predict, because I'm officer on the bridge. I'm not just only steering. I'm not a taxi steering. I'm planner. I'm a manager. And these managers, bridge officers, are highly educated persons. Should be. Bathymetric surface resources, also online information. This is how it looks like. Yeah? If you remember the chart, more slide picture, more interesting for it. So also problem. Maybe they are too much information for us. We will speak later on. 104. Also, online information about the available depth in the narrow water, especially narrow water. 11. Surface currents, very changeable. As you know, like surface currents consist from the 3 different vectors. The one vector is, remember, the students are the set. Soon the 3 currents is the current, next one, could be tide and surface drift. Everything is changing dynamically. We need to know how to plan our course to man the ship in the right directions. Maritime boundaries, maritime zones. Oops, sorry, please. This is also the different sub-models made this system. Maritime protected areas are not highlighted, but I still remain my presentation because maybe some teachers in your academy could interest to working in the further phase. And in my opinion, you don't need to do something what is done before. To highlight. Radio communication, I'm not going to stop this because now during the passage planning and during the voyage realization, we are using lot of different communication systems, Navaria, pilots, port communication, VTC services, and sometimes it's very tricky to find what you need exact now. This standard 123 provides you actual information, what kind of communication you need to perform right now. Also, the scheme, navigation warnings, also very important. They collected information from the different, for the national warning systems, for global warning system like Navaria and the coastal warning systems. Traffic catalog. Yeah, very interesting. Now we have a paper navigation publications. We have electronical navigations publication realized in PDF formats, realized in web formats, with the active links, with not active links, and also we need to use it for the passage preparation and for the planning. Product catalogs, not speaking too much, because I don't know. Have not seen this kind of product. Kill clearance management, very important. I'm planning situation changed during the voyage. Able I pass this region or not? This is real situation from the EGDIS screen. Where is during the passage of during the planning? Do you have a laser? Okay, thank you. As you see here, I planned my passage here to this region. And during the situation, during the passage performance, the situation here with the depth is changed. I immediately see. In the time I'm going here, I'm not able to cross this region. I need to react to change our passage in the moment, in the future, in now or the future. Also, information zoom of the underfill clearance information and the real bathymetric information. The source is provided and the block scheme provided this kind of information to be active and information. So, data tests, not speaking so more, and future information provided here. The group of the services S200 and this S201. As you see here, all these, how to say, layers are active and dynamic and cooperate each with other. It means all layers could be active for the officers on the bridges. Okay, the stopping. So, comparison, advantage, disadvantage. I'm not stopping here because my time is running out.
No,
almost.
Sorry,
Oh.
Svetlana sacrificed her
Yeah.
part of time.
Okay.
So you can.
One beer. Oh no, in your case, a glass of wine. For... Honest.
So from now, 10 minutes.
After party, I not provide anyway. So this is also for you. I think all our presentation will be reached for any participants. After all.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Who is interested? Please, you can come. You could check it and use in the future. Here is the screen between the two different sources. Just only S57 and S100. Picture, smooth picture, and here is not so smooth picture, but also the possible, the plus is I'm able to regulate and decide what kind of information I'm able to see. So, most important is the old standard S57 doesn't die right now. They will exist till 3 years parallel. And the transfer from old to new standard is going to be, should be smooth, but we'll see. Just small picture. This picture we see right now and this in the future. Are we ready to recognize important information? In my very, how to say, ancient man too overloaded with some information, what is maybe good for, but sometimes this is too much for. So I forgot one thing. I have not seen. Yeah, this, sorry. I switched over. So, the several companies produce the test and compare the fatigue of the bridge team officers by using the different. And this is the result. In comparison, here, too many information at first look. The result is very interesting. Too many information, but level of the fatigue is much lower. This is result of the practical research. So, that's correct, yeah? I'm sorry. 20 minutes, as promised. Yeah. So, actually, these topics really what decided in the two different parts. I just briefly told about the problem. And Svetlana is going to provide our point of view for how to prepare our students to the new navigation era. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, questions. Yep. Yeah. Yes.
We all speak about safer navigation. So I would like to ask a question to the lecturer and also maybe part of the audience. What is your opinion? Will these all layers that should be interpreted make the officer think critically?
Oh,
it's a provocative question. Please, sorry about that, but you understand what I mean, because we all think about the better future.
Yes, the main is that the safety is governing everything. The safety is governing. So, I'm old man, as you see. I start my navigation career in the end of 70s. It's far away from this. My main experience in working with the paper maps and charts. And now I could say thanks a God to progress. We have electronical systems. But we need to remember that electronical systems is only support, like we have a support with our broken legs to keep moving. Electronical system. My deep, and also I provide some information to my students in the first lessons. I'm not teaching you for the ordinary situation. We are working with the paper maps in the traditional kind of view a lot of time. Skills of navigation, the students will need, I'm sorry, but shits happen. Yes, in that case, no electricity, no satellites, no anything, and they should remember, yes, everything of this is going to be worked when we have electricity, if the satellites are not jumped or something worse, if everything is working correctly. This is disadvantage because it's not, how to say, decision for the all situations. In that case, new standard able to regulate the number of information, a bunch of information you see on the screen. And educated marine officers could be able to decide the necessity of that. This is my answer. My answer is, I disagree with you. Yes, this helped to raise security only in case we are producing Latvian Maritime Academy, Lithuanian Maritime Academy, we are producing highly educated and trained officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Yes, okay, not speaking about the generations. I have a different opinion. Sorry, some anecdote. Riga Zoo. We have a big part for the live tigers. The small boys is sitting nearby the screen. The tiger is somewhere away in the opposite part of the yard and trying to magnify it. Yes, they're trying to magnify the tiger. Yes, too much gadgets. Sorry, it's out of our topics.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for your information.
Thank you very much.
So I'm inviting Svetlana Izmailova, also from Latvian Maritime Academy of Riga Technical University, to continue with S100 standard. Educational challenges, revision of study program, content in response to implement of the new standards.
Good afternoon. I would like to address the challenges facing maritime education in the context of S100 framework. The maritime industry is currently undergoing significant transformation. One of the key drivers of these changes is the transition to the S100 Universal Hydrographic Data Model, which is fundamentally reshaping how marine data is created, shared, and utilized. We are moving from traditional navigation systems towards complex digital environments. The S100 framework introduces new types of marine data and new methods of working with this information. As a result, navigation is becoming not only more complex, but also more integrated. This raises an important question. Are we adequately preparing students for this new reality? Based on surveys of students and current companies, there appear to be significant preparation gaps, especially during students' first on-board training. Traditionally, maritime education has been structured around separate disciplines. Navigation, meteorology, celestial navigation, technical means of navigation are taught as independent subjects, each with its own internal logic and structure. While this approach has proven effective over many years, it no longer fully reflects the realities of modern shipboard operations. In contemporary navigation, systems are highly integrated. Even today, EGDIS combines multiple data sources, including electronic charts, route planning tools, and inputs from navigation equipment such as GPS, AIS, radar, and compass. With the implementation of S100, this integration becomes even more advanced. incorporating additional data layers such as weather, currents, and bathymetry. And navigation can no longer be viewed as a set of separate tasks, but as continuous dynamic process based on the integration of multiple data sources. This requires a significant shift in education approach. Rather than focusing on isolated subjects, training should emphasize the navigation system as a whole. Each discipline should be taught as a part of this unified system, enabling students to understand how knowledge from different fields interacts in real operational contexts. There is also a structural challenges. As you can see from this part of our study plan, the first year is dominated by general subject. Professional courses are introduced later. After 3 semesters, students undertake their first sea practice. And at this stage, although they possess some theoretical knowledge, they often lack of holistic understanding of navigation as an integrated system, resulting in a noticeable gap between theory and practice. In address this issue, a complete redesign of the curriculum may not be necessary. Instead, it is possible to introduce a targeted solution, an integration step within the existing structure. This could take the form of a short integration module placed before the first sea practice. It is important to note that a comparable concept already exists within maritime education in the form of bridge resource management training. However, bridge resource management training is typically introduced at a much later stage, often shortly before final assessment, when students already possess substantial theoretical knowledge and practical experience. The proposed approach is to introduce a similar concept earlier in the training process, but in a simplified and introductory format. While traditional bridge resource management training focuses on decision-making, teamwork, and the management of complex situations on the bridge, this level of complexity is not appropriate for students prior to their first sea practice. The proposed module, which we may call, for example, pre-BRM module, would therefore focus on foundational elements. It should include an understanding of the bridge environment, including key equipment and system interconnections, basic principles of data integration, demonstrating how information from charts, radar, AIS, weather, and other sources is combined. An introduction to situational awareness, enabling students to interpret their surroundings without requiring advanced decision-making skills. The objective is not to develop full professional competence at this stage, but to provide students with orientation and confidence as they enter the shipboard environment for the first time. In this way, the pre-BRM module would serve as a foundation for subsequent professional training. However, the proposed module represents only one element of broader challenge. Maritime education must evolve in response to rapid technological developments. At the same time, such transformation must be balanced, preserving established academic strengths while gradually integrating new approaches. Another important aspect is the need for closer cooperation between educational institutions and industry professionals. Work processes are evolving rapidly, faster than academic programs can adopt. And the key goal is not to replace existing knowledge, but to integrate it into a coherent and interconnected system that reflects modern industry practices. Thank you for your attention.
Do we have any questions from audience? Thank you, Svetlana. So,
now we will have a virtual presentation from the European Commission. The representative, the General Director for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries from the European Commission, Kęstutis Sadauskas, and we'll talk about the Ocean Pact.
Yes. Hello, I hope you can hear me and see me, and thank you for invitation. Sorry that I can't be with you, but of course the technologies do allow now to transmit the key messages. From what I've heard before, my short presentation would be a complete zoom out from your very specific, very professional focus into something more global and bigger, and hopefully that will also help you to understand the context as well as give you information of what's really happening at the European and global politics when it comes to the ocean. The topic I wanted to convey to you is about the Ocean Pact. The reason why Ocean Pact is important is because we, in many of our spheres, look at the ocean in very compartmentalized and I would say divided way, and not in a systemic way, because we talk about transport, we talk about energy, security, environment, tourism, research, you name it, all the other things there, but there is very often a complete disconnect between all these areas, and we realize that that disconnect deprives us of the synergies of the policies, and that's why we needed to put everything under one roof in one place. And of course, the other imperative was that it's 70% of their surface when we talk about the ocean. It's the 80% of global biodiversity. 75% of all the external trade is done by maritime transport. Every second oxygen molecule that we breathe comes from the ocean, and the 99% of the global internet traffic goes through underwater cables. So that means that we have to take care of the infrastructural logistics as well as security as we know it. So that's why we came up 10 months ago with an Ocean Pact, a strategy that comprises several dimensions, and these are the topics that I'd like to walk you through very quickly. The 6 key pillars, as you can see in the presentation, I hope you can see it, are the key ones where we felt that disconnect from each other happening at the cost of the efficiency and effectiveness of our policies. The first one, of course, is the health of the ocean, but then it declines down to the blue economy, to our region's knowledge about it, also security and defense, as we see, as well as how we project ourselves in the rest of the world. And by the way, since most of the participants, if not all, are from the Baltic Sea, mainly from the eastern part of the Baltic Sea, including myself, let me assure you that the Ocean Pact covers the Baltic Sea. And Baltic Sea, even though it's a very specific ecosystem that many scientists say is not quite a sea, for good reason, still it is part of the global ocean, and that's precisely how we need to address that. When it comes to the restoration and protection of the health of the ocean, there are many tools that we have, but the ones that we've outlined as the flagships in the pact were those that are linked to the water and marine environment. And more specifically, the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which is a pan-European piece of law which requires to reach a good environmental status of all our seas and waters. And in fact, deadline is already passed by 6 years, by 2020. We should have been there. We didn't manage it. And again, the Baltic Sea is probably a good example of that kind of a failure, mainly because of the pollution, but not only because of that. So we are looking back into what happened with it, and so what lessons we can learn and how we can readjust ourselves, both from the legal point of view as well as from implementation point of view. And of course, the other part is the protection of our marine ecosystems. And specifically the marine protected areas, because now we have an international agreement, the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. There isn't much space for that in the Baltic Sea, of course, because it's mainly economic zones and territorial waters, but there is a small part of it. But most importantly is that now we keep discovering new ecosystems that are extremely valuable. They need to be protected, and they're being squeezed out by an increasing economic activity. And that's why there is this pledge globally, and Europe has done it, to protect 30% of our seas and the waters from, in an environmental way, and 10% have to be strictly protected. Of course, it can be done different in different regions, but in principle, the statement here is that without a healthy ocean, there is no healthy economy and there is no healthy society. That's why we need to really take care of that. Then for the blue economy, it's an enormous potential for Europe and the rest of the world, of course. We, of course, have sort of one of the oldest professions, which is the fishers. But with the dwindling fisheries resource, and again, coming back to the Baltic Sea, we know that basically fisheries is nearly doomed unless we do something really, really radical about it. But nevertheless, it still happens. But if we can't fish wild fish, we still can grow fish, either on the seas or on the land, and that's why aquaculture and fish farming is an activity of enormous potential, where the sky is the limit. While for the wild fisheries, there is a limit, natural limit. For aquaculture, that limit is a lot bigger, and that's what we want to take it to a new level. The other topic where we need to really act on in the blue economy is, of course, the transition. I say here fisheries and aquaculture segment. In principle, the whole transport, also maritime transport, needs to go through the energy transition. And again, the situation today in the Gulf and globally shows that dependence on the fossil fuels is totally unsustainable and is very unsafe. And that's why we need to make that major transition really, really happen at a higher scale. Tough tough task, but there is a technological way how to do it. Probably the biggest question here is the scale and economies. I think most relevant for you are the port and industrial maritime strategies. Here, those have already been adopted last month, and the idea here is that we have enormous potential also in the industrial maritime strategies, whether it's shipbuilding or cable laying or offshore renewables or anything that is related to technologies and industry, and we can produce a lot here in Europe rather than outsourcing it elsewhere. But we have to step up the game, because it won't happen by itself there. And for the port strategy, this is a new look into what really ports are, because they aren't just shipping hubs. They are really big economic hubs where there is a lot that is happening, not only maritime transport there, but energy is also quite often concentrated there. Big industries are there, research is there, and also quite a lot of environmental protection happens, and some very interesting experiments are happening all around Europe there that people can see and share. So this is a new way of looking at what the ports are. And then of course tourism is yet another big economic activity with a lot of people involved in it. And probably even growing there, and we are coming out with a tourism strategy next month. The other topic here is looking at the coastal communities. We are coming out again with three strategies: one for island, one for coastal communities, one for outermost regions. Outermost regions are the ones that we usually have in the Caribbean and in the Indian Ocean. And for some of you that don't know, some of these territories are European Union territories, French and Dutch mainly. And of course Spanish and Portuguese as well, but they are part of Europe. And by the way, it's mainly thanks to these outermost regions that we have the largest exclusive economic zone when you combine all the European Union member states. And that gives Europe quite some power. So we are coming out with these strategies because also not least of the fact that 40% of the population in Europe lives within coastal areas, meaning around 50 up to 50 kilometers from the coast. And that's why we need to really take a look into how these communities are developing and what maritime opportunities for them are there and how they can be used. Very important other topic is the knowledge, because you can't make good policy without good science and knowledge. And that's why we are developing several initiatives. The one that has already been running for quite a while is the European Digital Twin of the Ocean, where we want to really model everything that we do in practice and in reality, also on the screen, and to be able to predict various things, whether it's extreme weather events or where to lay on the cables or install the offshore renewables or how to navigate the ships there, very much thanks to all these digital opportunities that technologies now really allow. But to do that, you really need to have the data, and that's why we're coming out with another initiative, which is called Ocean Eyes, an ocean observation initiative. Very, very important. This is about collecting the data physically in situ, thanks to satellites, but also thanks to various buoys, floaters, and all the technologies that are there to measure not only the physical characteristics of the sea and the ocean and the waters, like the temperature, salinity, and all that, and the currents, but also to have an observation of human economic activity and sometimes even security. What we need. But for that, we need to really put everything together, because when we are fragmented in Europe and globally, things are too complicated, too sophisticated, too expensive, and simply don't work like that. And of course, we have to have a strategy for where we take it forward. That's why the European strategy for ocean research and innovation will also be adopted, hopefully this year. And then we want to involve the society on all that. That's where we're building the network of the youth and ambassadors. Here I mentioned something that is very specific, but in principle, we want citizen science to participate more broadly in that activity. The other topic is, of course, security, and there is plenty of things that are ongoing. And again, I think you as participants are quite aware of all the challenges that we have right now. And maritime security is paramount here, because we've seen it, whether it's in the Black Sea or the Baltic Sea or now in the Gulf and the Red Sea, how insecure spaces really disrupt the whole economy. And that's why we need to have a proper strategy. We do have, by the way, maritime security strategy, but it needs to be implemented. It needs to be all the time updated because of the different technologies and different types of challenges that are being posed. This is the reason why we are planning this action plan for the cable security, but also an action plan for the drones and counter-drone security. And in principle, what we discover now is that all the information that is being gathered and all the even warfare that is being done is very much thanks to drones. Not only that what we see happen, unfortunately, in Ukraine, but all over the place in the seas, and our seas aren't safe unless we really master the drone activity, the technology that's probably developing the fastest. Then when it comes to ourselves being part of the global action, ocean diplomacy here is key. I mentioned already this agreement about diversity beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ, which is now has entered into force and now is going to be implemented. It's going to be a big deal for lots of countries, including for Europe. Will need to be implemented the right way, but it will benefit eventually our ocean and the health of our seas. We want to establish more protected areas in the south, around Antarctica in principle, because that's where probably one of the most precious sources are, and so we need to overcome some resistance of some of the big countries there. Also, in our plans is a new strategy for our external fisheries policy, for developing new European agreements for the fisheries, and in principle blue economy also with some partner countries around Africa, but not only that, also in the Pacific. And of course, looking at the various regional sea basin strategies, whether it's Mediterranean, Black Sea, Arctic, or even Atlantic, by the way, we also need to rethink. There is a macro-regional strategy for the Baltic Sea, needs to be all the time implemented, but we have to make sure that we cover all that in a comprehensive and logical way, because Europe is surrounded by beautiful seas, but they need to have to be well managed. And then a couple of governance tools, and I'm nearly coming to an end here. We will be preparing a dashboard and also a report that we'll be issuing every 3 years. The dashboard is a tool to measure quantitatively the state of the oceans, and on the basis of that, we will be able to make the policy decisions. The Ocean Board, a good dozen of various organizations have already been convened for the first time last month, just a couple of weeks ago, in fact, to advise European Commission on various topics on the ocean, because we can pretend to be very smart, but we really need to rely on the advice of the most intelligent people there. And of course, one of the flagship is the Ocean Act. It's a legal piece that we are developing, most probably being built on two current directives: Maritime Spatial Planning, which you probably know. It's a very simple piece of law that requires all the countries to have maritime spatial planning and then coordinate among different countries, but also together with a Marine Framework Strategy Directive that mentioned earlier about the good environmental status. So we're trying to see how we can align those two and then project it into the future, and probably put some governance tools in the new law, for example, for the ocean observation, because right now ocean observation is being done in many ways. I would say it's a chaos. It needs to be governed in a smarter way. So those are some of the topics that I want to. I don't want to go further into the dashboard or in the report that I mentioned, because these are coming out probably towards the end of the year. You'll be able to read them, but these slides are available to you. I hope the organizers will be able to share with you there for your use, your perusal, and feel free to look into what happens with the Ocean Pact through all our websites. There is a lot of dynamic in it. And maybe you will find some, I'm pretty sure, in fact, that you will find something super useful for your very specific and very specialized areas. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kęstutis. Maybe we have some questions. I will ask you. I will ask the audience. Maybe they have some questions.
Okay. Yeah, I have basically 2 minutes because I need to reconnect to another meeting. So I hope that.
Okay. So we are going to save your time. So thank you for being here, for joining our conference. Thank you again, and good luck in the future.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Bye-bye.
The time schedule is quite narrow for this person, so we asked only this time period. I can make the speech. So we were invited him to open the conference, but unfortunately he was not able. So the last but not least, guests from far away, from 9 seas and oceans. Yeah, we say in Lithuania from 9 seas, and my colleague will. Sorry. Yes. My colleague will introduce guests from Philippines.
Teresa Fabiana from Holy Cross of Davao College, and beyond the compliance, the transformation of maritime laboratory facilities and instruction through quality assurance and international standards.
Madayaw and mabuhay. Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, I'm from the Philippines. Can I just move here? Okay, once again, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Teresa from the Philippines. I'm going to present my study. It's Beyond Compliance, the Transformation of Maritime Laboratory Facilities and Instruction to Quality Assurance and International Standards. We have conducted this study because our institutions move beyond compliance and want to achieve transformation in laboratory facilities and instructional practices. This study used a descriptive correlational research design, and there are 135 BSNT students from our institution who participated in the study, and we used the purposive sampling technique. The data were collected using a validated questionnaire and with a Cronbach alpha of 0.9888, indicating excellent consistency. The statistical tools that use are mean, standard deviation, Pearson correlation, and regression analysis. The research design, as mentioned, is descriptive correlational design that answers objectives number 1, objective number 2, and objective number 3. I will not read all the research objectives. For the correlation, it answers objective 4 and objective 5. Our theoretical framework is grounded in institutional theory and explains the conformity of our institution, and that answers the objectives number 1, while it also answers our practices in response to regulatory bodies like the STCW. Marina is the Maritime Industry Authority in the Philippines. This is the governing agency in the Philippines, and CHED is the Commission on Higher Education, and ISO. Presently, we are in 21,001 version 2018, but moving towards 2025 version this coming June. And that answers the objectives number 2. And when we combine all of this will transform to maritime laboratory facilities and instruction in our maritime education. This is our laboratory facilities. The new laboratory facilities was installed last August 2025, and it's very costly on the part of our institution because it costs around 32 million pesos. That's include cargo handling simulator, and we have the ECDIS radar and the full bridge simulator. This is just some of the photos or the image of our new laboratory. And this is for the ECDIS and for the full bridge simulator. And for the information of everyone, we have a total population of 10,900 students, but for the maritime transportation, we have around 758 students. And we are one of the school in Davao City. There are 4 maritime higher education in Davao City, and we are one of the private institution. So the results of the study shows that the respondents strongly agree with the implementation of the quality assurance mechanism that influenced the transformation of maritime laboratory facilities. And the key findings are that our institution has a strong and well-implemented quality assurance systems, particularly in meeting standards, and we are able to maintain adequate simulation tools, ensuring safety and integrating facilities with the curriculum. It is also supported by the different studies, but overall, The study confirms that properly maintained facilities and effective quality assurance practices will contribute significantly to better teaching and learning outcomes in maritime education. For the implementation of internationalization and international standards that influence the transformation of maritime laboratory facilities, our respondents answered all strongly agree. And the findings revealed that our institution demonstrates a strong commitment to continuous faculty development standards such as STCW and ISO. And I am also fortunate that we have just our audit with the Marina last month, and our institution has complied all the requirements of STCW and IMO. The significant relationship between implementing quality assurance mechanism and internationalization level, international standards, and transforming maritime laboratory facilities and instruction, it shows that QA and internationalization are the essential drivers of institutional development and modernization in maritime education. So, strong QA systems also ensure that compliance with the global standards, while internationalization keeps education aligned with industry demands. The alignment as well promotes innovation, enhances graduate competence, and supports the development of modern and globally accredited facilities. For the influence of implementing QA mechanisms, internationalization, and international standards in transforming our maritime laboratory facilities and instruction, it shows that there is a strong direct impact on transforming our laboratory facilities and instruction than QA. So meaning internationalization is very strong. Alignment with the global standards such as STCW, IMO, and ISO serves as the main driver of institutional improvement. Meanwhile, the QA plays a supportive role by strengthening governance and institutional capacity. Overall, QA is most effective when aligned with international benchmarks, helping institutions better prepare graduates for the global maritime industry. And for the conclusion, it found out that QA and internationalization drive the transformation of maritime education. And QA established the essential foundation through structured systems, regulatory compliance, and strong governance, ensuring consistency, accountability, and sustained quality improvement. Internationalization emerged as the more powerful catalyst. That's why attending this conference is very helpful for us. Therefore, it will advance our education, it will modernize our laboratory facilities, and develop globally competent graduates. This underscores that meaningful transformation occurs when institutions move beyond mere compliance and actively aligned with international standards and global best practices. Another findings is that organizational change is shaped by regulatory pressures, the adoption of global models, and adherence to professional norms. QA secures institutional stability and quality, and internationalization drives innovation, relevance, and global competitiveness. The institution as well reflect a dynamic integration of internal quality systems and external global alignment. The synergy not only enhances the maritime education, but also contributes to achieving the sustainable development goals, particularly by promoting quality education, fostering innovation, and strengthening global partnerships. For our recommendations, strengthening both QA and internationalization to sustain institutional transformation in maritime education. And there are key actions that need to be made. And we need to expand partnerships with international institutions, which is highly encouraged to promote innovation, benchmarking, and knowledge sharing. Integrating sustainability practices into laboratory management and curriculum will support long-term relevance and environmental responsibility. And last, aligning internal QA systems with global standards to ensure continuous improvement, institutional credibility, and global competitiveness. And these are the references. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Do we have, oh, we have one question. Do not.
We have a question. What is the most visible improvement that you think is after applying quality assurance?
Of course, because of the ISO.
Academic?
Yes.
Yes.
The academy.
Applying quality assurance, what is the most...
the most visible.
Yes,
the most visible, all our
important.
facilities.
Yes.
The most. Our facilities, as well our system aligned with the marina. So that's why we complied all the requirements of the Maritime Industry Authority. In the Philippines, if you are not compliant with marina, it's the governing maritime agency, then they will give you, order for foreclosure of the institution. So that's why it is important for us that we need to upgrade our facilities, because or else marina will give us a notice for foreclosure, and we cannot afford to close the program investing millions of pesos. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I see the strongest ones here. So yeah, small presentation from me, very few slides, because the guests are the most important for today. And we are hosting you, and few facts about us, words of thanks, and today we will finish our conference. Yes, as I introduced, so how we lived in the past 1 year. So we were meet each other for some of you were first time, some were third time, and you can see that we created study program, as my colleague Rima said. She's like first general in this case, so really that Rima's horse, as we say. So yes, we prepared for this offshore sector. Started, we have 33 students in the first year, yes? Yeah, so quite good rates. We employed, I think so, first time we employed the scientific staff, 3 scientists, foreign scientists, which gave us quite high rates when we try to seek increasing rates of scientific requirements for us when we joined the Vilnius Tech University, so it was quite successful. Center of Excellence of Marine Engineering and Renewable Energy. We started 2025 in the late November. Then recertification. Rima is the first person in this case. Where's the Dinah? Somewhere there is. She's still waiting for the. coffee break, and she's a as a outside general, or she's keeping always what must be done. Comarc, I started together with Vilnius Tech staff. We are going to create a new competence center. It's more or less related with non-physical. If we have similar, we will have a building, training capabilities, and so on, so on. So Comarc is more or less competence, to increase the competence, and we are going through the USV, unmanned surface vehicles. And at first we will increase our competence, and then we will share this competence with our students. So as well, excited activity, and I hope promising activity. As I saw from some of presentations, yes, robotics, unmanned vehicles are very relevant for offshore energy sector and other related to the maritime and offshore sector. Yes, training. Vilnius provides us a huge amount of trainings for our staff. So training after training, remote, physically. So as well, this is valuable trainings. R&D project. We started R&D project, smart ferry parkings, Rimas project, Balka, Indre, and me as well. Other projects ongoing, strategy partnership projects, Sea Ahead, Sea for Shore. We have constant investments into our simulators. We are testing VRs. We are testing ROV simulators and trying to find the best way to educate our students. As well, we are developing and keeping the relations with the Navy, with the State Border Guard Service, firefighting department, customs, and so on. So we see that our new competence center, our new building, will be partially proposed for forest service demands. So you can see, I will operate on my own because oops, no. No? Yeah. The pictures are so blurry. So September 2025, November 2025 we started. Then we got winter. Past 14 years maybe we hadn't such winter. Yeah, but we for the right time. Just I got an email with the construction contractor asks to make wider the period for construction because 2 months winter take from us. And you can see here is a March and how we are living today. So you can see this step by step we are growing. And next year I will invite you, and I hope today the time schedule was very good, quite good, minute to minute, some adjustments, but so I hope the same will be with the grand opening plus conference. So I hope first quarter of 2027, I hope will be very huge celebration. So, but let's see how it happens later. And words of thanks at first, team, no conference. So very good team, more or less fluent today. We decided to make a stream to YouTube online, on air, live, and some issues we got, but I think so we dealt with it. So thank you for there guys are sitting, 4 of them. Rytis, Alexeyus, he's always on duty, so behind the skirts. So yes, yeah, yeah. If I forgot someone, Indra, and the last one is me. But however, the presenters, the participants of conference, thank you. You spend your time, you spend not your money, but maybe your money. Sorry, it depends on. But for example, Teresa and Cheryl, you can imagine, come here second time in a row from Philippines. Yeah, quite challenging thing. So thank you for everyone, as well Lithuanian Maritime staff. Today, as I said, Rima held front lines against the Lithuanian Transport Safety Agency audit, according to STCV, with heads of departments and other people, and Karolis Seafarers Training Center. So they was working in a parallel. So as I said, yes, unfortunately, the professor said that he's a professor, is a representative of audit, and said that I'm coming here on the 16th of April. Unfortunately, it's in the same time, but however, his life. It could be, yeah. Yeah, there is the signs that it's necessary to keep it away from bad airs. Yeah, auditors and yeah. Lithuanian Navy, we have some fishes. Downstairs is a keister, ROV, we have AUV as well. They provide us such units. We are in very close cooperation with them. And thank you for all guests. So being here now, so we took from 9 o'clock, 3 hours plus 3.5 hours. Quite challenging issue. And what I would like to say that MOPL 2026 has ended. MOPL 2027 begins. So like at the car rally. So thank you. Applause for yourself, for each other. So as I said, you are interested in our facilities, please collect in the one point. Carlos is shaking hands. If you are not interested, you can spend your time on yourself, maybe coffee, maybe discuss, or it's up to you. So who is invited? So 7 o'clock evening event. Thank you again and see you next year.